Hearings for the 2019 road improvement projects, 6 o'clock. We're starting with the assessment hearing for the road improvement to Meadows of Verde Valley. Preliminary estimate of $97,500. Shane, do you want anything to say? Or?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, if you like, I could, I have a short presentation that I could just run through really quick,
Okay.
just to refresh everyone's memory about what the project entails. So again, this is the area of the proposed improvements shown in red. It basically consists of the Meadows of Verde Valley, the roads that were constructed with that development. If you attended the public improvement hearing, some of this is repetitive, but just a short background. The city of Nowlin owns and maintains 34 miles of paved roads. The road length in this development is 0.78 miles, so it's just a fraction of our overall system. That's why there's just not enough money in the budget to pay the entire cost of these road projects, and it's necessary to assess a portion. Overall, the pavement is about 19 years old. It's actually in fair condition, and our reason for doing this project is to keep it that way, actually improve its condition. But we're noticing some surface deterioration, some pattern cracking. So again, these are some pictures of the existing conditions. You can see some pothole, cold patch repair, some transverse cracks. Really, there's a kind of a higher severity of exposed aggregate, which means that we've lost some of the oil in the top layer of asphalt, which is a concern. Makes it more brittle and subject to weathering. This picture, you can see that a little bit better. There's another transverse crack that had some settling. So just a little bit of background about pavement management. When pavement's new, it consists of oil, sand, and aggregate. The aggregate is essentially what carries the weight, provides a structural support. The oil is kind of the glue that holds everything together, and the sand is the filler material. But when the pavement's new, the surface is black like this because the oil content is still in the pavement. Over time, we lose the oil in the surface of the pavement. It starts to turn a gray surface, and then you can actually see that the top layer of oil and sand weathers or erodes away from the surface, given this exposed aggregate. Also, over time, pavement cracks, and when it starts to crack, it's a concern because a single crack or a series of cracks lets water into the base, and over time it will continue to develop until it looks like that. This exhibit kind of helps illustrate that. So when we have a crack in the pavement, it's a direct conduit to the aggregate base. Underneath that aggregate base during a rain event or a snow melt, enters into the gravel through that crack, saturates it, and when any material becomes super saturated, it becomes unstable, just like quicksand. You have a load of a vehicle, garbage truck, school bus, whatever, and that causes the pavement to flex and eventually makes it crack. And then in the winter months, we kind of have the opposite thing happening. When the water gets into the aggregate base, freezes, say at night, that expands in volume by about 9%, and it has an upward force on the pavement. So there's been a lot of studies and research money here in Minnesota on pavement and pavement deterioration, and they generally determine that pavement deterioration follows kind of this model curve. And what they've determined is that first 40% drop in quality happens over 75% of the pavement life. So if a road is designed for 20 years, that first 40% drop you'll see in the first 15 years. In other words, it kind of deteriorates kind of slowly to begin with. And then the next 40% drop in quality happens in 12% of the pavement's life. So once it starts to deteriorate, once it starts to get dry and brittle. Once cracks start to develop, it deteriorates a lot faster. This is just kind of a graphical representation of different types of pavement maintenance and repairs. What we're doing with this project is considered a structural improvement with the 1.5-inch overlay. If we were to wait and wait until the next repair is warranted, it would be the reconstruction of the surface, which is reclaiming the surface and repaving, which is roughly twice as expensive. So in red is shown kind of a typical pavement deterioration curve. And what we're trying to do is take that pavement condition, move that pavement condition up, kind of like you see in year 18 there with a structural overlay, so that we get it back into the green, back into the really good pavement condition. And then it will start to degrade again and kind of start the process all over. So our proposed improvements is a structural overlay, 1.5 inches thick. That's compacted thickness. It's going to add structural strength. Most importantly, it's going to extend the service life. That's really why we are doing this project at this time. We'll also shoulder with the projects and mill and match into each driveway. The project estimate, so at this point now we have actually received bids, and based on those construction bids, our updated project estimate is $97,680. Again, the city intends to partially finance this project by specially assessing to the benefiting properties. The benefiting properties shown in yellow have direct access onto the proposed improvements, and it's proposed they'll receive one assessment unit. The larger property in the blue has a kind of an accessory access, and it's proposed that they'll be assessed 1/2 unit. So kind of breaking those costs down, the city is proposing to pay 50% of the project cost, which results in a direct assessment of $2,960 per unit and an indirect assessment of $1,480 per unit. This kind of shows the schedule that we're on. You can see we're in April of 2019, we opened the construction bids for this project. We received favorable bids. Here we are in May at the assessment hearing. Pending or after the conclusion of these assessment hearings tonight, the council will consider moving forward on this project and awarding the contract. And if they did, I would expect, usually it takes a couple of weeks to get contracts in order and whatnot. I would expect construction to start sometime after June, and then substantial completion is September of this year. So that doesn't mean that this project will be under construction that entire time. That's kind of the window. Once there's a contract awarded, we generally contact the contractor, ask them for their construction schedule, and then we typically send out a mailed notice, kind of letting everybody know what the anticipated construction schedule is. With that, we always hear about what are the alternatives. Can't we just delay the project? It doesn't look that bad. Let's just wait a couple more years. And if the city were to consider that, we would have surface deterioration. We likely have some cracks continuing to develop, maybe getting a little worse. But really what it comes down to is if we don't do this project now, the road will continue to degrade, and any future repair will be more expensive. We have, of our 34 miles, I would say close to half of those miles were paved in the late 1990s to early 2000s. A lot of that pavement was added by our developments that we had in that time frame. And all those roads are going to be coming due within the next 5 to 10 years. And so really, constructing these overlays at this time is a proactive measure to help extend the pavement life, reduce the city's overall exposure, and actually make the cost so they can afford it. If we do nothing, and if we say we have to reconstruct 17 of those miles in the next 5 to 10 years, right now construction costs could be $800,000, $900,000 per mile for a reconstruct. So that'd be a significant price tag. So really, that's the, I would say, the largest reason that the city is considering at this time. With that, I will sit down, maybe turn it back over to the mayor, maybe the city attorney has a few words to say, and then we'll open up for public comment.
Mr. Mayor, this is the second of the two public hearings we talked about the first public hearing was what we called the improvement hearing. That was, give your advice to the city council about whether this project should go forward or not. This project, at this present time, is going forward. We're now at the assessment hearing. This public hearing is you should have received in the mail, a notice of your proposed assessment amount. This is your opportunity to give feedback regarding that proposed assessment to the city council before they consider adopting what they call the assessment roll. An example being, I was at one of these a couple of months ago, and a resident came forward and said, I got an assessment on one of them. She had two parcels. One of the parcels he got an assessment on, he says is not buildable. So therefore, I said, okay, if it's not buildable, you're not getting a benefit from this improvement. We need to check on that, and if you are correct, and the county agrees that it was not buildable, then we'll adjust your assessment. And it turned out, in fact, that it was not buildable. The county agreed, and the county did the planning and zoning for that area. So that's sort of the information that the city council is looking for from you tonight. And if you have any questions regarding the project, of course, the engineer's here. And if you have any questions regarding any of the process here, I'm here as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So, this is a public hearing. If you do have a comment to make, please step to the podium, give us your name and address, and your comment.
Hi, I'm Ira Bradstead. Right across from us is the open field, and I understand, is that the one that's being deferred?
Assess 1/2 a unit.
And because of why?
Because their direct access is on County Road 66.
But in the future, would it not be an area that would be plotted out and the only access would be 210?
We can't predict, Mr. Mayor, we can't predict whether or not that property owner will
Right.
subdivide during the life of these improvements. So generally, an overlay is said to extend the life at least 10 years. And so really, it comes down to almost a guess on whether or not we believe somebody is going to subdivide in the next 10 years. If we had an application at the city and it was going through the process, that would have a likely possibility of occurring, and that might be looked at a little bit differently, but generally with raw development land, there's no guarantee, and if they do decide to come forward in 10 years, one strategy that we've used in the past is to ask them, let them know the situation, ask them to make some kind of financial contribution, and then use that money for maintenance of that road. So maybe ask for some money, do crack filling or fog seal, something to try to make that equitable.
Because the way I see it and living across from it, it is agriculture, and they use 210 for their vehicles, the tractors, and they use it just as much as any of us. And I realize that it's only like $1,500 difference. It only make a difference of approximately 100 more or 100 less for each individual. But my point is that I am looking in the future, and I do feel that it's the way I feel.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Tom Mason, 21060 Cobalt Street. You had just made the comment that this overlay will extend the life about 10 years of the road.
That's correct.
From my research that I've done, roads last average 20 to 30 years. We're below the 20-year mark. We're still within the first bounds when this one will be expired. Where's the profit in this?
Mr. Mayor, there is no profit in this project. Really, it's about extending
It's
the,
costing a lot of money to us to extend for basically no extension of the road.
so, Mr. Mayor, the life extension is 10 years above and beyond the original life of the pavement. So if the residents' belief is that this road would last another 10 years without that maintenance, then the rule of thumb is, well, then it will last 20 with the overlay. So it's a life extension of 10 years, not 10 years from today's date.
Anyone else?
Mr. Mayor, Randy Bettinger, 5550 210th Avenue. I have two questions. First one is, I see the contractor's cost came in under the engineer's estimate. So why did the project cost did not go down at least by that amount? Number one. And number two is that I mentioned that our council meeting back in December that, in my belief, an inch and a half overlay, especially if you're, all the driveways that are blacktop and concrete, you're gonna mill before and after the driveways. The mailboxes, none of them need adjustment. And I wanted, at that time, I wanted that item removed just from being part of the project. I still think they should not be touched. If they're not, they shouldn't be a problem. Inch and a half is not gonna make a problem mailbox, in my belief, so. Thank you.
Shane, you gonna address?
Yep, so Mr. Mayor, to the first question regarding the bids, the bids for this project did come in slightly under the construction cost estimate. We also, since the feasibility report, have obtained a firmer quote from our financing, the finance company that's gonna package the bonds and sell the bonds, and their proposed cost is slightly above the original estimates. So it's roughly a wash. We still do have a small contingency in each of these overlay areas. And again, this is the assessment hearing. And so this is, the numbers that were noticed are the highest amount that the residents could be assessed. But our recommendation is that you do not adopt the assessments at tonight's meeting. In fact, you don't have resolutions in your packet to adopt the assessments. And therefore, if the actual costs come in under, at the end of the project, if everything's all tallied up, the council could consider lowering the assessments at that time.
Okay. And then the mailboxes, I know there was consideration on each one for mailboxes, so.
The mailboxes are currently included as an item.
And if they don't need to be adjusted?
If they don't need to be adjusted, they will not be adjusted. Or if it's a small enough item, it's just a fraction of the overall construction contract. If the city wanted to choose a different way to handle the mailboxes, for example, send out a notice informing each resident that they're responsible for adjusting their mailboxes, we could certainly go that route. However, I have had situations where I probably had mailboxes that were already too low in the first place. After we did an overlay, the mail carrier, just with that inch and a half adjustment, the mail carrier put notices in some of the mailboxes saying that they would no longer deliver mail because it no longer was within the USPS guidelines of 42 inches to 45 inches from the paved surface. That is the reason that we generally include adjusting the mailboxes, but again, we don't do it if they don't need it, and if the city would like to consider an alternate method of dealing with the mailboxes, specifically for the overlay project areas, we could discuss that with the contractor. I'm sure they'd be open to that.
So if the contractor doesn't need to do the mailboxes, does that reflect in his total cost then?
That's correct. This is a unit price contract, so the contractor is only paid for work performed.
All right, on the Meadows of Verde Valley, any other public comments?
Mr. Mayor, can I just make a comment to remind people of in the notice that you received in the mail, it did tell you that if you were going to object to your assessment and preserve your right to challenge it in district court, you had to file an objection either before this hearing or before this hearing closes. And I just want to remind you of that obligation if you want to preserve your right. It still means you'd have to, file the paperwork, the documentation, the complaint in district court and the filing fee and do that. But this is in a sense, a prerequisite under the statute to give the city council notice of your intent to do it, whether you decide ultimately to do it or not. So I just wanted to raise that with you.
Anything else? Council? Well, hearing nothing else, we will close the public hearing on the Meadows of Verde Valley. And, give a few minutes for the Garnet to start.
We'll have to notice
We would either have to make a decision ahead of time that you're responsible for your own mailbox, and we would notice the whole neighborhood, or the contractor is responsible. If it's not within 42 to 45, the contractor adjusts it. If it is, the contractor leaves it alone, and they just don't get paid for that. So of all the houses on there, we have 17. If there's 17 mailboxes and only 2 needed adjustment, then that's all we'd be charged for. If all 17 needed adjustment, then we'd be charged more.
But I think if,
Yeah, I see.
I just don't understand why you wanna risk that your mailbox is like small feet. Yeah. It'd be a bigger pain in the neck if it was too short or something, you had to redo it.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Greenberg.
I believe the current policy, as explained by Shane, is a good one. If it needs it, adjust it. If it doesn't need it, leave it.
It's nice to have the project done when it's,
If we don't do anything and residents started getting letters from the mail carrier, your mailbox is too short, that'll create its own issue.
Yeah, then everybody be mad at us again.
if they don't need it, then there's no charge.
So I like that it's a line item thing. If we do it, we charge. If we don't do it, we don't charge.
So Shane, how does, you have somebody providing oversight on the project. And the contractor who gets awarded the bid is responsible to check the mailboxes.
Generally, we measure ourselves after the overlay is constructed. Every contractor that I've dealt with uses a subcontractor, and they schedule that after the overlay is constructed, and usually after the road is shouldered. And so we just provide a list to that subcontractor of which mailboxes actually need adjustment after we measure them.
Oh, thanks a lot, Dad. They're gonna think I'm you now, just my luck, servant. I'll get mad, they'll be calling my house. Okay.
One of the things we spoke about at one of the other meetings was putting together an email distribution list per neighborhood, so that when we got notification that we're gonna start, we can let the residents know. We understand that there'll always be access to their homes, but would it be a nice thing to be able to notify the residents?
You know,
Yeah. I would be willing to assist in trying to collect those.
well, we have their information here, we could send,
Send a letter.
And ask them if they'd like to receive.
if you would like to receive the updates on the
Yeah.
progress.
They probably would like that.
I mean, and if not, they'll say no. And maybe at the same time, if you'd like to continue to be on the distribution list for different things, we'll keep you. If not, we'll take it off. It's blind copy, it's not given to anybody else. Let them know those
I
parameters.
think it's a good idea, then there's no surprises.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. Send them a letter if they'd like to be notified and get on the list.
So, we're not. We aren't deciding anything tonight, this is just
We're gonna have all the public hearings, then we'll have a discussion
after the public hearing.
after all 5.
But will the contract be awarded to anybody?
Could be.
Okay.
We can decide to do it tonight or at our next council meeting.
But the sooner we award it, the sooner we get to work, right?
Yeah, I was talking with a contractor and he said, had we not acted as quickly as we did, we'd get nothing this year.
Yeah.
Everybody's completely booked. And
Shane
so,
told us that.
it's prudent timing there. so.
Good
We
job.
listened,
Right up that vision.
we were listening to you, Shane.
And so with that, because they're all booked, the sooner that we get on the docket,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
sooner
better.
they can set their schedule. Yeah, they said there's no chance we'd have gotten anything this year.
I opened bids for a client down south 1 week after this one. And the 2 or 3 bidders that I normally receive that are the most competitive, they didn't bid, they were already full.
Yep,
So luckily, I still got a good, kind of a team. I have, normally it's the paving contractors will prime it, and then they sub out the excavation work. In that situation, an excavator was the prime, they subbed it out to another local paving contractor that actually does a lot of work in that area and does a really good job. So it ended up working out, but it was, I guess
nip and tuck.
right, yeah, it's,
We ready to go next? We'll open the public hearing. Public assessment hearing for proposed 2019 road improvement to Garnett Street. Preliminary estimate of $86,100. It's 6:30 on Tuesday, May 14th, 2019. Anybody here to speak on the Garnett assessments?
Well, I guess I was just, my name is Paul Brown, live on Garnett.
Okay.
And, this was a bundled project, I take it, if a bunch of roads are gonna be done? Is that true?
Yes,
How many?
5 neighborhoods.
Alright, so were there bids taken on each project, or was it all just one?
The projects were bid out individually and as a whole, so that we
see
could,
those prices of the individual bids? Were they ever given to us?
they are public record. We have them all here tonight. Each neighborhood was estimated, and then the contractors bid on those individually and turned in their bids for the total project.
Right, is there a reason why that couldn't be done over a few years instead of doing it all at once? Where we wouldn't be assessed $3,000?
As far as,
Well, I mean, couldn't they've done, you got 5 roads to do, couldn't they've done 1 or 2 1 year, 1 or 2 the next year?
actually, we have 34 miles of roads to do.
Right.
We had originally looked at 10 neighborhoods
Mhm.
and looked at the realistic opportunity for us here and the budget that we have,
Right,
and selected the 5 that seemed most reasonable, but there are others that we have a 5-year road plan, so there are multiple neighborhoods in each of the next 5 years that we're planning on
are they gonna be
going through the same
assessed also?
process. Yes. That each of those, any work that we do in that neighborhood, then the benefiting properties in those neighborhoods would be assessed.
So how long has it been in the planning?
Well, this particular process for these ones, we started in the last fall.
So you just started to think about it right now?
No, we've been working, the Road and Bridge Committee has been looking at roads along with our, Public Works Department and our engineering group for a number of years, assessing the condition of the road,
You didn't
and the
think
cost.
that you could have done something earlier?
We
Is
did,
that-
we
well,
did,
right.
we looked at 2 projects last year. And we did one of those and not the other. And then we looked at these 5 this year.
It just seems like you're lacking a little bit of planning, a little bit of budgeting.
It's something that we have been, in recent years, trying to budget for, yes. But the planning that was done, again, we've been maintaining the gravel roads and blacktop roads with annual maintenance.
Right, so that annual maintenance, when the snowplow driver comes and wrecks the road, what are you gonna do then? Because he does, he destroys it, we know that. So what are we gonna do then?
Well, if the city is responsible for damage to the road, the city will take that upon themselves to get the damage repaired.
So any
That is not
damage
assessed to the residents.
Any damage to the easement, do you guys come out and fix that also?
As far as,
Any damage in easement on the road, do you guys come out and repair it?
typically, yes.
Well, you didn't this year.
Is that sod damage?
Yeah. No, I mean, nobody showed up, and Jerry did it himself.
Again, if it's communicated to the city, we address it specifically one way or the other, whether we think it's the responsibility of the city,
Yeah.
the city takes care of it. If we don't know about it,
Right, so I live at the very end of that road there, I live at the very end on the right.
okay,
So currently, right now, when it rains and the snow melts, that all runs down my driveway. So how's that gonna be remedied?
which one are you? You are
9.
9?
But, I don't have my glasses on, but I'm thinking, last one on the right, on the very top.
Okay.
So when they do this, do they raise the road up above the level of my driveway?
Well, they'll blend with the level of your driveway. So is your driveway blacktop or
Pardon?
gravel?
It's blacktop, so, I mean, it's always been this way that the water always runs down my driveway from that road.
Mr. Mayor, on this road, there's actually a bituminous curb,
Right,
and that bituminous curb is about 3 or 4 inches. And so I have noticed, maybe did you build your house originally?
yes.
So did you cut that bituminous curb out of there and,
No,
Okay, so that-
there was an asphalt there when I moved in, it was a dirt road.
okay, so I noticed that there are a couple of driveways that don't have bituminous curb going through the driveway. In those situations, the road will be 1.5 inches higher than existing, and the driveways will be milled back about 1 to 2 feet, and the pavement will be feathered in that 1 to 2 foot transition. In all the other situations where there's that 3 or 4 inch high bituminous curb, there'll be essentially no work within the driveways, because we'll just essentially fill up a little bit of that bituminous curb.
So in this situation where the road drains down his driveway. Is that something that,
Is that acceptable?
Mr. Mayor, we don't have anything in this project for correcting or changing any drainage patterns. Again, it's just adding 1.5 inches on top. A lot of times when water runs down a specific property owner's driveway, it has to do with the original driveway construction, not the road construction. We could consider something like that with our project, but most cities do not.
how far down your driveway does it run?
Halfway down. I suppose my driveway is probably 80 feet. Roughly. So, yeah, those curbs that are, do they rebuild the ones that are gone? So the snowplow drivers wiped out a lot of those curbs, they're gone. So you're not gonna rebuild those curbs?
That's correct.
So you're gonna have, a lot of that road's not gonna have a curb on it. And in the past, there has been some patching done on it that's been really poorly done
On the road itself?
on the curbs. But I think if you were to drive down the road and look, you'd see that a lot of the curbs have been cut away by the snowplow.
And yours had no curb to begin with, so from the time the road was put in, the water's always been coming halfway down your drive?
So I'm probably gonna tear my asphalt out this year and have it redone because it's 20 years old. It needs to be replaced. So would that be up to me to raise it up above the level of the road? That'd be my responsibility.
Correct.
Now, is there any rules out there that I have to have an asphalt driveway? Or I have to have, can it be gravel?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And being that's the only resident present, is there any obligation to keep the public hearing open until the next one starts?
No. Once everybody has had their say,
When is this project supposed to start?
If, we would expect that once we let out the bids, that companies would be looking at something within a few weeks, depends on their schedule. What happens is once they know their bids for the summer, the ones they received, they'll set their calendars and they'll let the city know. It's somewhat weather dependent and it depends on, right now our understanding is the contractors are all full up. So the sooner we let the bid out, the sooner we get on the calendar and potentially have work being done early in the summer. We just know that it has to start by June and end before September, so I would imagine in that neighborhood, we're probably talking 2-3 days.
Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate. There's some patching to be completed prior to the overlay, so likely.
Is there a pothole down at the Norris Road?
I think somebody filled it in, sort of.
But that's something we would patch.
Right, yeah, so it'll be probably a couple days of prep work, and then you might not see any work happening for a few days, and then a different crew will come in and actually pave the overlay. I think they would do this in one day.
Is there restrictions on it after they're done, as far as driving on it?
There's not.
Like garbage trucks and the heavy trucks?
No, once it's paved and it's rolled with the big rollers that they have, then normal traffic can drive on it just like it always has.
Now, some neighborhoods were talking about working together to combine their trash haulers into one
Right.
to minimize the wear and tear on the road of multiple trash haulers.
Yeah, we talked about that on our street. I think most of us use the same hauler. There's a couple that don't. And we'll probably talk with them and see if they would be interested in changing, but that and the UPS truck comes down there a couple times a day. It's that, Amazon.com.
And FedEx and Speedy.
Yep.
At least UPS is aluminum, so they're a little lighter than that. All right. Anything else, Paul?
Nope, so
All right, and you're here for Rolling Hills, right?
Yes.
All right, we will close this public hearing at 6:44.
This was a concern one of the residents raised, and it's not really pertaining to the assessment.
Okay. Gloria, if you could put on your tickler file, you want to talk about
I figured that would be
speed limit on Old Viking.
snap free.
I've done a lot of research, there's a lot of debate as to what we can do.
I know where that is.
My understanding, it is a city road and we're not allowed to.
say, change the screen on for this many minutes, or dim the screen after this many
Is
minutes.
that a Mac?
Oh, yeah.
It's supposed to be in 2 times. I'm gonna have a word with,
Gonna call.
Officially, we have to wait till 7 because that's the noticed time, so.
Well, now you're official, huh? What would you say you sat in that chair?
I'd say, they're gonna make me wait till 7 either way, so.
Any jokes to tell?
Let's see. There was the, can I say that?
Nice try.
It's kind of funny, but, yeah. What they say, that's,
Leave the punchline.
I'm starting to tell my jokes telepathically. So if today you find yourself laughing, that was me.
And you're a dog just like good looks.
How are things in retirement?
You know? I was
Busier than
tired-
ever?
I was tired yesterday, I'm retired today. Oh yeah, I had stuff going on, it's amazing.
Now that it's finally nice, we should get outside and do something.
What do you mean?
I was gonna say a lot, Lon's outside a lot.
That was Old Viking, and that was that.
I'm
I
always,
want it to do.
I'm always,
I did the deed
yeah, I'm on a
restriction.
honeydew list,
Sent
and
that
I'm
over
looking
to
at my
them.
projects, I'm thinking,
So
oh.
Okay.
I'll raise that with the council tonight.
Got your chickens this year?
Sure.
We tried to get rid of them last summer, we decided it's too old.
Chickens are gone.
I still use the same amount in my number.
Yeah, it doesn't
Yards
change
can
anything,
go
it's
away.
when it's at the notices out,
Right.
and
We found
the
a
council
guy just down
decided
the road
to
from us
keep it
blocks
the
away
same,
that
so.
we can get extra rooms after we want, so. it worked out.
It's only if he signs his deed restriction,
But I'm sure glad we didn't deal with them this winter too, when we had all the snow.
Oh, yeah.
But he will.
Up a little bit.
he had no problem by then. Cause he was looking at that,
And there,
like you
Chickens
were.
don't like to watch
Just come in from the
snow.
north, you know, I don't need this.
Right.
They don't like that.
And They don't lay as well in the cold weather.
I'm
either.
surprised he hasn't developed that property.
Yeah, actually, they're
With how hot things are right now, I think
they
if
just
they could
stand
sell
out
it.
there freezing, you have to be a lot of. I guess it's,
You also don't know what other developments he's got and how extended he is.
That's probably where the phrase came from.
Because that's tightened up.
Pardon me?
You know,
Right.
the
It
days
might have been
of
where the phrase
growing
came from,
is
bird brain.
Gone.
Right.
so, anyway, yeah, 30 years of chickens and kind of the end of that now.
Can you still hear them though? I mean, do you?
Yeah.
I just went outside now,
Yeah.
waiting for him to squawk and whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, still got my sandbox.
Actually, I have done more in my yard
6 residents.
in the last 3 weeks than
There is a
I've
company
had,
that
sometimes all summer.
creates
Yeah,
And the
I,
grant
what it looks like
state.
barnwood.
With the
I
understanding
love
it
working
gives
in the yard.
other
Yeah,
partners in the
I
city
love
that
working
have
in the yard. I got that from my mom.
township
She
and
always,
century.
that was her,
Century
her
Home,
first
take
year
all
of
that money,
retirement. She sat in
fight
her
over, stick
backyard
the whole thing
and went quadrant by quadrant and pulled
they
Creepy
would
Charlie. She goes, I know that when I'm over here, it's already coming back
And I
over
knew
there.
that when they
But
applied.
it was too low in the yard. It's just would sit there.
Four or five residents.
And she had her lot,
Across
and then
the
she
street
had
from them
a second lot
live in Nestle
behind her.
Township.
And then the parkway, I said, don't go over and do the parkway to do that.
Well, that's exactly what you bargained for.
Yeah, I got all my
Right.
stuff raked out,
This is how
my
this was
bed's
set up.
raked out,
This is
and
what it
blown
was.
out.
This is what you
And
got the
then,
benefit of your bargain. You got
I've been
exactly.
watching
How much-
Craigslist
how much is their
and
cost?
He
Facebook
was saying
for
2,500.
people that
I said,
are,
that can't be right. I did it myself.
thinning out their
I said,
gardens.
Okay, I'm not gonna dispute it.
And so
Oh, well, what
like,
is
I
the
went to a
township
woman's
cost?
house in Otsego
Township
yesterday
cost was,
and got just, you know, the ditch
I my
lilies,
computer,
you
I
know,
wanna
the
say less than
lilies.
a million.
And,
They
I am putting them everywhere.
and
And
they,
just-
it was like.
But I ended up pulling everything apart and I had
Big number.
like 95
I could see why there's a few
one
percent
shooters
resident.
with a bunch of bulbs and then a bunch of little
It's not a
ones.
subordinate
So
service.
I
It's
thought, that's a
because
lot of money.
whole town
You
did
know?
it.
And so I did all that and I'm gonna plant some of those. I
What do they have,
moved
like
some
1,000
stuff around last year.
residents
Some
maybe,
of
or
those
1,000 households?
And
More than
the
that because they're more,
deers
they have all the
just eat them
lakes.
down enough.
Yeah, I thought they
They
were like
get
3,000 or
up and
4,000.
they let them down, they hunt and they eat them down.
Probably 1,000.
Which is funny because they never touched them in another
Household, so
area.
$800 a household, you know?
Over a 10-year period, this guy
I've only seen one snake since I've been going out and,
I'm not gonna dispute it, but I'm not
really,
on no basis in the law for suing. And sue Century. So it's no different than a sewer line.
see, I would not be able to go out if I didn't. Yeah.
Balance your way out because you
Trying to negotiate with
Oh
Century
my
Link, so
God.
it's more.
Yeah, I've only seen one snake and that was
I said, if you guys start complaining to the legislative officials, you guys are state rep, state senator. Give them a call. Hey, you'll
I was hoping
have to us. This is lame and go ahead and go away. That's right, that's what we're gonna do. I said, well, let's see what we can do to negotiate some sort of a contribution from Century Link to pay down maybe the debt. And if not, you guys go at it. That's it. So at the end of the day, they had me drive all the way out there just for.
Did you get that on Craigslist?
Yeah, I was out there for one road issue, and, you know, like, a lot of these town board guys think you can just look at something and have all the answers. You don't have to do any survey work, don't have to do any soil boring, so have to, you know.
Or tell you what, they think they can do it, they really don't need.
Right. Yeah, those towns now, I kind of sniff those out when they call me. And, I can't remember which one it was. There was one out in Canyon, and I said, you know what, it sounds like you have the resources. You don't necessarily need our services or find the value in them. it sounds like what you just wanna know is what is underneath the road in this bad spot, and what should we do to fix it, and that's a geotechnical. So if you don't need plans, specs, survey and all that, just, here's 3 numbers, call them each, get a quote, tell me you want 3 20-foot soil borings, and a recommendation on how to fix it. And then, if you can implement it, you don't need me, it's, so it's,
I told these guys, in the future, I knew why they needed me. They wanted me to scare down these angry residents. This is becoming a major political issue for them. But I told them, I said, in the future, you guys could just call me on the cell phone, put me on a speaker, drive all the way out. We could do a Skype, because we had this new, fiber optic, they had this new thing, and I'm like, Skype works for me, I have to get my daughter to tell me how to do it, but But again, it's like, oh, and I had told her, I said, there's nothing I can do for you.
right.
I said, you know that. She goes, we need you out there. And I said, this is political? She goes, it's definitely political. They don't believe us, they want you to. So put your attorney on and look me and tell these guys what's how it's
I wonder how long this market's gonna continue so strong.
I want the market to continue really strongly for 2 more years. Once I get Aaron done with college,
Yeah,
I want to go, by that time, I have no major bills coming in, the house will be paid, college will be done.
yeah.
Oh, and by the way, start saving for these private colleges now. Because every
Yeah.
time I turn around, there's another bill.
I started one of those 529 plans, but the money doesn't grow in the plan. And so, I'm thinking be better off saving in taxable accounts, even if I get taxed on the,
I didn't do a 529, I did it in taxable account.
yeah.
And, it's not great. I mean, I made, over last year, I just look at 1 year, I made 6,000. It wasn't bad. I had 100,000 in there.
Yep.
And,
I made 6,000 in like the month of January.
but mine was a non-taxable, mine was a municipal.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So that was the way I got around it. I didn't want it to raise my taxes, but I wanted to earn more than a,
Right,
that was.
yeah. I'm putting a lot of money, going online to Vanguard, doing their ETF. I just started it like 2 years ago, but I've been pretty happy at how it's been.
But then you look at all these things, my daughter's home until Sunday, and she wanted to go out, and she wanted to go to Cheesecake Factory on Saturday. Mom out for Mother's Day, and she wanted to go, so where everyone wants to go, that's where we go.
Yeah.
How it works. I don't know if the kids understand how much power they actually have. And I said, well, we're running over here by Ridgedale, and they have it, and there's plenty of parking, and we could get in right away. No, I want to go to Southdale. I was like, okay, what do you want at Southdale? So it turns out she wanted to go to this bubble tea, cha time tea, and get one of these little fancy $10 drinks. So we get there, and of course, it's hell to find parking, because evidently that Susan G. Coleman road was the next day, so they had all the parking blocked off for the next morning. So finally get parking. I'm already in a bad mood, so we go into this restaurant and they estimate over an hour and a half wait, and I'm getting so mad at it. And I said, you could go to the other place. And my wife's like, I'll go with Aaron and we'll go shopping, and you just stay here with us too, and with the beeper thing. And I'm like, all right, pager, and I'm like, all right. So what am I going to do for an hour and a half? I wasn't planning on this, so I got my phone and I'm reading all these articles online about retirement, and then realized, oh man, they're saying I have to have a lot more than one God. Oh, and then when we got home, I got a lecture from my wife that I was mean to Erin because she didn't appreciate my negativity. And I'm like, yeah, okay, fine. I have to look at it.
Hey, have you talked to any more of the Scott County about this Terra Farm deal?
Yes, I did. I had an hour and a half chat with Marty Smith.
Okay.
And Marty acknowledges this, that they screwed it up completely, that it's not the way they could do it. I said, Marty, what I need to know is this how you guys operate? Or was it just an anomaly? It's just something that got dropped through the cracks? And he said, Bob, it's something that dropped through the cracks. It shouldn't have happened. We're apologizing. It should never have happened. Everything that the township wanted, all the comments and everything should have been included in this. I do not know why. All I can tell you is I was gone during that time, and it just got messed up. I never once mentioned Greg Wagner's name. I wasn't gonna go and make a blame. I just wanted to know, is this a policy of you guys? And then I talked to him about how we need to make this go forward. And going forward, I told him I wanted to maybe see where we create a form, a template of conditions that we would normally expect to see for a plat. And that we could put that together, give that to him, he could come down and talk to them about it. But I said, but there's a lot of things I'm worried about. I'm worried about you guys not recording developers agreements. I know you guys do it now, but it's still sometimes it gets lost. Number two, I'm worried about subordination agreements, where I want a developer to subordinate their mortgage company to subordinate their mortgage to our developers. So if they foreclose, they're still subject to it. And I said, and there's consent decrees and stuff like that. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff going on. Sure, it's really good handled. And I said, who's handling this? And she said, Janice Anderson or something that comes to she's one of, I think there's only one person, maybe one and a half, a part-time person. She does, she's the only one who does civil. And everybody else in there is a criminal.
Okay.
So they don't have any. And you obviously, you can't tell me that she has that much experience in ever doing any of this stuff. She doesn't even know what she's missing.
Right.
When I was a young lawyer, I slept really well.
Right.
Because I didn't know enough to know that I was committing malpractice every day. Now I like lay awake and like you guys are, oh God. So, I don't know. But I had that. So that, and I called Cindy and I told her about this, and I asked her, I said, you know, I know you had mentioned that you had a checklist of things for the plat. I know we have a planning checklist. I said, could we get yours and look at ours and maybe put a package together for the county, and then we could go down there and maybe I'll go down and meet with them, I don't, you know, and try to explain it to them and what we want. And I said, but I gotta do this, you know, softly, you know. But, you know, Cindy was just livid. She goes, don't they have attorneys? Yeah, they have county attorneys there. But I said, the county attorney's a criminal guy. He doesn't know anything civil.
Right.
I mean, even here.
Well, so our best thing to do now is ask Ted, please.
Yeah. That's why I didn't respond to the email that Justin sent. And we really don't need him so much as we need Caroline. And Caroline's already told me she'd do it. I talked to her that night in the parking lot.
I think they'll settle for this stuff.
Sorry?
They'll settle for this
We have a couple-
So we have 3 more public hearings, so those are, this next public hearing, 7 o'clock here, will be for Rolling Hills. Those interested in Hallis Street, that'll be at 7:30, and Old Viking will be at 8 o'clock. So, if you're here for one of those, this is just Rolling Hills. So we'll open the public hearing for open the public hearing at 7 o'clock for Rolling Hills. This is the public assessment hearing for proposed 2019 road improvements to Rolling Hills. Preliminary estimate for the project is $77,800. I think we have one couple for Rolling Hills. Do we have a Viking here? So, do you need the preliminary explanation of everything we went through before?
Well, at this point, is that particular thing been approved, or is still being discussed, or where you're at with that now?
This is the the assessment hearing, this is the opportunity for the residents, this is the last public hearing we have on this. And this is the opportunity for the residents to voice their opinion one last time. And if they object, to have a formal filing process to that objection. But you should have received a letter from the city with the final cost, as we understand that, and the frequently asked questions. And that's what we're here to discuss tonight.
The only thing that I have a.
If you could just, for our record here, since we're recording this, if you could state your name and speak to the microphone, please.
Mark Sager. We just have I saw this statement regarding the deferment policy for homeowners that are 65 and older. And curious if that is going to be an option for us as when we we'll both be on Social Security in September. So I'm just curious what the status is of that.
It is, Mr. Mayor, it is a requirement under state law that we include that language in the official notice that was sent to you. However, the city has never adopted a deferment policy to allow for people to defer their assessments. And typically I advise small cities and towns that I represent not to adopt that deferment policy because it has to be treated everybody equally, not just you. And generally, most of the cities and towns can't afford to defer the assessments because you still have as you see on your agenda later tonight, Ellers, the bond people that are issuing the debt for us, that debt still has to be paid. And so you do have the ability to issue a deferment, to adopt that policy, to go through that process to do so. But I would caution you about that because you still have to make the debt payments that you would. And if you do adopt that policy, you have to adopt it across the board, not just for these people, but for other people as well. So it is an option you do have, but it is something that you need to understand that if you do adopt that, you still have to make the payments, whether the money comes in or not.
So you're saying it's an option, but it's not a requirement, a state requirement?
It is not a state requirement. It is a requirement that we put that information in the notice because the statute requires it. However, in the 250 towns that I represent and 12 cities, I'm not aware of any of them that actually have granted or adopted the deferment policy. Most of the times you see a lot of that are in the bigger cities, the Bloomingtons, the Minneapolis, the Plymouths of the thing that have a lot more financial wherewithal to be able to subsidize it because that's what you'd be doing. So it is something you have the right to do. It is an option for you to consider, but you just need to understand the downside of that. Other towns and cities that have looked at it, they actually talked to their financial advisors and before they've made the decision. It is an option for them to consider, but once they have talked to the financial advisors, and that's something you could talk to Ellers about, they have decided not to go down that path. So it's an option for you.
Shane, you want to say something?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to add that with a deferred assessment, just so it's clear that even the cities that do allow them, that doesn't mean that the assessment goes away. So that assessment amount sits there and accrues interest for the entire length of time that it's in deferment. So I've seen cases where if a city has deferred an assessment, that assessment doubles or triples or even quadruples from the original amount, a few decades later, because that interest continues to accrue. Now it's a higher amount. That higher amount is accruing that same interest, and so it kind of compounds over time. And so even cities that have a deferment policy, it's still not it's not forgiven. It sits there and accrues interest.
Who's ultimately responsible for that then?
The property owner.
The property owner.
Over the period of time. So
Right.
if we ended up selling the property, then the new property owner.
If you sold the property, it would be something you'd have to negotiate with that property owner because that'd be something you'd have to disclose.
Right.
And so that would be something that may affect the, saleability of your house if there's a large pending assessment against it, because that would have to be paid. And that would have to be, and I haven't looked at those rules in a long time, I can't remember. If once the deferment ends, does it all have to be paid at once? And I believe it does. And that's why, another reason why, when it gets to be a large enough amount of money, it's kind of an issue, because all of a sudden that deferment goes away, and then all of a sudden this money is all of a sudden due and payable.
So what's the difference between that and putting it on a tax roll and letting it sit there for 10 years and pay it off a little at a time?
If you're paying it off now, there's a lot less interest that would accrue over the life of a 10-year.
But I'm gonna die in 2 years. I'm just making a point, is there a difference between the deferments of retirement versus putting it on a tax roll? What is it, 10 years you can do it? Pay it off?
10 years is what 10 years is what we are proposing to the city council. That is traditional. If you
And so
don't,
each of those years, you pay a portion of it, so the interest amount goes down each year because you're paying a portion off with the taxes, a tenth at a time. So instead of continuing to accrue interest, the actual interest amount paid would go down because it's simple interest on the remaining balance, as opposed to the full balance.
So as far as deferment, over 65 versus what is proposed now is the same thing? Only the 65 goes on for as long as you're in the property? So you don't have to pay anything until you sell the property? Or do owners have to pay for it?
I'm sorry,
Kids have to pay for it?
I'm not sure I understood the call of the question. What was?
Well, you're talking about the 65, which is stated, you have to
Okay.
disclose that, so that's a deferment. So what's the length of time that you can defer it, if you were to adopt that?
I'd have to go back to the statutes. I do not know that off the top of my head because I don't deal with that enough to know that immediately. I'd have to look it up because and I can get you that information, or I can get the city that information, but it's not something that I have. It's been it's probably been over 10 years since last time somebody's asked. I do have memos on it that I've put together to, what you have to do to adopt it, what the rules are. I can get that for the city council if they decide that they'd like to go down that path and explore it. I don't have it off the top of my head here, though.
Is it a big deal to explore that portion of it?
I'm sorry?
Is it a big deal to explore that portion of it and then just let us know what it is?
It's up to the city council.
Good. I guess the question is, since we have this chunk of change that we have to, put out for this expense, and being a fixed income, we're looking at pushing it off, so if we have to pay interest, so be it, we have to pay interest, but that's still cheaper at this point than paying the full amount. And we would just push it off then, as long as we could. And then if this over 65 deferment, if that's better for the citizens, then I'd like to push and see what it's all about, to push into that part of it.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Rainville.
I have a question, Mr. Rupi, and this might be something that would be better answered by the Ellers. So, if the city were to have this deferment for residents that are 65 and over, which I think we have a good number of those, how would that affect the city, if those monies aren't being paid for over what would have been the 10 years, the city's gonna be paying those, which in essence, then all the taxpayers are paying for that. So it's really not in the city's or the taxpayers' best interest to do that.
That is
My thought.
That's the decision that the other cities and towns in the past, when this issue has been brought up, look at it, and the same, one that comes to mind that really looked at it, one that I put the memo together for and everything, they looked at it, and then they talked to their financial advisor, happens to be the same financial advisor you guys have on the agenda for later tonight, Bruce Kimmel, and they explored it and they realized they could not afford it because of the number of senior citizens in their community. And the number of road projects that they did, and if they did it, they literally could not afford it to keep the cash flow to make it available to them. Because they have a capital improvement plan like you guys do, they have roads in the lineup to go forward each year, and they just found that they could not do it. It's up to you guys, though. It's something that it does come up periodically because it's in that notice, because the law says you have to put that in. But again, it's something you guys can explore, but you would have to understand that you would pay. You're the bank at that point in time.
And Mr. Rubin, when you say you mean the residents, because they're the ones that are ultimately paying the bills.
It may be, if you got enough of them, you'd have to increase the levy to be able to support that. You'd have to anticipate that when you're setting your budget. That'd be kind of how, you'd have to kind of be working with, doing some forecasting about what road projects are you going to be doing in the future? Are there a lot of senior citizens in that might take advantage of this? If so, then how would you be able to finance your portion of it without that income coming in? And that may be either borrowing more money, which costs you interest, or that may be raising the levy.
I would think we'd have a good chance of some of the projects that you could have up to half of the residents looking for that deferment. I mean, I think of the people on my road and I'm on a dirt road, but if we were to do that road, we have a good number of people that are over 65, and I think that would be probably pretty similar to a lot of our developments. Thank you.
My other question is, what's the timeline on this? I couldn't quite get from the letter when this is supposed to be happening. Are you anticipating it?
Once the council determines if they're moving forward, we expect then within a couple of weeks that the contractor would have a schedule out. Right now, we've been told that the contractors are full up for the summer, so they're looking to get their calendars out so that the sooner they know which awards they were bid or they received, which bids were awarded, then they would set their calendars. Our schedule says that we need to have it start sometime after June here, and all the projects have to be wrapped up before September. So depending on the significance of the amount of work in each project, a project like this is prep work and probably a day to 2 days for the project to be complete. Some of the others where they're more significant levels of work, it'll be longer projects.
I'll officially sign in.
All right?
Lon Sager on Driscoll. I just want to kind of continue this conversation a little bit more and then push for another idea. We're talking about deferment, so folks are looking at the 65 that's being entertained. Also, you're looking at the other option of pushing it off to 10 years. So then you're still not going to get a lot of money from a lot of people who are on fixed incomes. They're going to look at, okay, interest is going to be there, but it's not going to be the full amount until 10 years have gone. So then, where's your money coming from? So then the other part of it is, okay, don't spend it, which puts a whole icing on or puts a stop to everything, really, because if you don't spend the money, you don't have to worry about collecting it. But, as Shane pointed out in the last meeting, yeah, we're at 20 years, so it's, we're at deterioration point. So, I talked to one of the other fellows here just briefly. He said they were also entertaining the idea of, putting it back into gravel. Maybe that's cheaper. I don't like it, but, it's probably something that might have to be discussed when you're looking at no money and no way of getting it, and still trying to keep your residents who do pay taxes.
Yeah.
I have to really respond to that, just some food for thought. It's a kind of a situation where, Fortunately or unfortunately, I'm very conservative. If I have it, I spend it. If I don't, I don't. You know, it's kind of one of those deals. And when you kind of stick yourself out there and take a chance, and all of a sudden you've got debt, then you got to figure out a way of getting it paid off, or put off, or forgiven, or all other different things that might happen.
And that is one of the challenges, as you look. I was driving in Ramsey recently, and there are some roads that are almost impassable now. In the potholes, and you get over on the western side there. I'm not sure what they came up with on a plan. They've had 3 different models that they've been looking at, but there are some that you cannot go the speed limit on. The potholes are so bad, and what we're trying to do is before it gets that costly, because then you're really talking about ripping the whole road up and starting over again.
No, I get that. Shane did a nice job of presenting that, and I don't have any problem with his logic. I mean, that's about the only thing that kind of galls me is we knew this was going to happen when we put the road in 20 years ago, and we've been paying our taxes, and I guess from a conservative standpoint, on my standpoint, well, you better put $100 away for this, because we're gonna have some repairs, and it's no different than what I do with my house. Oh, furnace went out. Well, good news, I have money saved up for a new furnace, or I can fix it myself. And that's kind of my approach, and that's not necessarily the approach of everyone, but that's my approach. So here we are, we kind of waited for 20 years, and all of a sudden, oh my.
Well, and not all the roads over the years were built to the same standards. It's something, since we've become a city, that we've put in road standards, and so when
Some of these, like Rolling Hills, I know they had some pretty good standards, because they ripped up a portion of it, and guess what, the portion that whoever the inspector was out there was right by our house, and it was not acceptable, and I ended up with a whole bunch of class 5 in my driveway because they had to tear it up and redo it. And that's one of the nicer stretches of the road. It's 20 years later now, that stretch through there. So they did a good job of putting it in.
Yeah, and there were some where they just basically took the ditch dirt and put it on the road, and
I know.
and those roads actually have been turned back to gravel.
Yeah. So anyway, it's food for thought. If this should move ahead, is the contractor then going to get a hold of, or is there going to be some way of notifying residents that they actually would come talk to residents? I guess I'd kind of like to capitalize on the situation. They got all the equipment out there. My road's junk. My driveway's junk. So I've been patching it, and if the price is right, and I fix it. Otherwise, if it's not, she just gonna have it gravel anyway. Oh, I want to do curtains and a couch. You can have it.
What is the situation there, Shane, in your experience, where if residents wanted to take advantage of equipment that was out there, do contractors do that type of additional work sometimes?
Some contractors do. I know from experience that this one does not.
Well, you're no fun.
North Valley, who is the low bidder, they have big equipment, and a lot of their equipment is big enough to do paving on county roads, or even some state highways. And it's maybe the bigger, on the bigger side of equipment for a city street, but it still works great. The contractors that will sometimes consider driveways are the smaller contractors with smaller equipment. They actually do some driveways and bid on that work anyways. North Valley has said before, they can't compete with the pricing because they're a big company, they have more overhead. So you're better off actually contacting somebody that specializes in driveway paving.
Seen some nice ones going on Nowland Boulevard here recently, and they were a local contractor.
Okay. I received a call from the contractor, 2 or 3 weeks ago, wondering how soon they could get started because they were trying to bring their guys in from work. And paving, a lot of their work doesn't happen until the road base is ready. So pavers get really busy in about end of June for the rest of the season, but they start out slow. So they might be willing to take on some different types of jobs earlier in the season, but I've asked Brad Schmidt-Bauer a handful of times
So
before.
it certainly doesn't hurt to ask. If he's,
Right. Yeah, we could ask.
one of the things we were talking about here as a council is that if the residents are willing to share their emails, we would have the city stay in touch with the contractors and email project start and completions, pertinent information to residents. And if they want to just be on the email list till the road project is done, or if they want to stay on the email list for other city information. But we'll be sending out some letters on that.
Ready for that.
So we'll send letters out on that, and if people want to take advantage of that, then we can let you know, and then we can check with the,
So this kind of, you're actually kind of targeting this to happen this year on the Rolling Hills area? Or is it just kind of in limbo, depending on if I go and flatten all your guys' tires? Or should I say that?
now, you can flatten our tires, but that doesn't stop the project.
I'm
May
just
stop you from
kidding.
driving up the gravel driveway that your wife just got.
So, well, I'm just kind of curious because if it was kind of a targeted type thing for this year, or I know that you had kind of we're sticking at 18, we're looking at 20, and it could be this year, it could be next year, and you didn't know at the last meeting. I don't know if you actually know now or if you.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, my recommendation is going to be to award the contract. The bids for 4 out of the 5 project areas came in below our original estimates. We received good bids, and this is not going to get any cheaper if we wait. So my recommendation will be to award.
To do it this year?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, probably sooner than later.
You know, we give the contractor kind of a window from roughly June 1st to September. That's how we get the best bid prices, if we're somewhat flexible with our schedule. And then from there, they usually just give us a couple of days advance notice before they go into a specific project area. So that's how if we're a little bit more flexible, we get better pricing, and that's how this project is set up.
So if they fire on their flagmans, I can go out there and I get a discount if I can do a flagman?
You can talk to them about that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Or, it's like the mechanic says, it's this much if I do it, if you watch, it's twice as much. If you're the flag man, it might cost you more.
You saw my sign in the shop.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
But I'm a good flagman. I used to park cars for a living. At the junkyard.
All right, any other comments on the Rolling Hills?
Are you guys here for Rolling Hills?
No, Hell Street.
Okay. How about you guys?
No, they're old Viking. All right, we will close the public hearing on Rolling Hills.
I think those FAQs help a lot.
Yeah.
To me, I think they cut down on people's questions, and sometimes people just come to get their questions answered.
Right, I think you're right. But then, I guess I'm so used to Credit River where nobody ever shows up to anything. These guys can't afford this.
The other ones are all good.
Yeah, that didn't happen. Well, remember the first one we went to for Huntington Way and Whitewood? They just weren't delivering a consistent message, you know?
Oh, you want to see complete chaos, no market.
You know, I got a call about them today. Apparently they're doing their section of Wagon Wheel now.
Good for them. They were completely, I'd love to know how they're doing it.
The other interesting part is their assessment is less than half of what Credit Rivers was, less than 5,000. Must just be a Band-Aid.
Yeah, they're, no, these guys, this was the Old Town Board, and they had no message. I kept telling them what the message, I've done these, how many times with, I said, this is what you need to do, and they wouldn't do it. And Chris McKenzie wanted to do it his way, and I said, you can't have just like various charts around the room. I said, you have to have a consistent message wherever, because whatever's happening here is each person's talking to a town board supervisor and getting a different message or hearing something different, and we have no consistency about what actually was said.
Right.
And I kept telling them that, and they wouldn't do it. And I'm like, okay, this is going to be a train wreck. And sure enough, every resident came out, that's not what I heard. I talked to Brent, and Brent said something different than,
Right. Boy.
you're trying to cheat me and this and that. I was like, yeah, it's just, those guys just didn't listen. Yeah. They just wanted to fight. They just wanted to speak.
I have one client. And all ones that come to us, they send me an email. Like that. Don't tell them. I'm gonna ask them, tell them that apparently this situation isn't working out. What is the best way? Public works. Start so this public works director told me, I don't want to waste so much money on you. While this stuff isn't that hard, we can figure it out in the field. And so, I'm doing this little project. Explain to you how we're doing the same thing. This is kind of a specialty project. I could give you an engineer estimate. It might be right on. You might go get $300. 150. They won't quote 150. So if you have a contract you want, we'll get a budget. Well, he got a contract there. And these are like 75% lines. The contractor was complaining because it wasn't communicated with the budget. He thought this was his final quote. He asked me, is this a design build? No, I was ready to, I called him.
When they become more of a hassle,
Start 7:30. We will open the public assessment hearing for proposed 2019 road improvement to Hal Street Northwest with a preliminary estimate of $147,400. And so we have an opportunity here for residents. It's 7:30 on Tuesday, May 14th, 2019. An opportunity here for residents to weigh in. This is the final public hearing on the road, potential road assessments here. And so we have, if you want to speak to the assessments, please come to the podium and give us your name and then make your statement accordingly. And then we have half an hour before our next assessment starts. Anybody who would like background on what we're doing and why, if you didn't see it before, we have that available too. But otherwise, everybody should have received a letter with the proposed assessment and a frequently asked questions list. And we're here to answer any other questions or listen to comments.
I just have a quick
question, are there,
Could you stand at the podium, please, and give us your name?
He's got knee surgery.
No, sorry.
It's all right.
We'll push the podium to you.
it's getting better. Hi, I'm Mark Ruley, Belmont Dallas. I just have a question about road restrictions and that type of thing. What is the road restrictions on the street like Callis's?
Currently,
Currently or after they get done with this project, what's it gonna be?
Mr. Mayor, by default, all paved roads are 10 ton unless posted otherwise. So we could certainly post the Halla Street for a lower weight limit. In fact, I think that would be a good idea. However, keep in mind that garbage haulers, refuse haulers are exempt, so.
School buses, things like that, by state law, they're exempt from these restrictions. And all it takes is a resolution of the city council adopting the weight restrictions, and then getting the appropriate signs and posting them at the appropriate places, and then working with the local law enforcement, sheriff, to enforce that, to get the message out that if you drive overweight, there will be repercussions here. Those are very expensive tickets.
There's a number of culverts that are involved. I don't know if those are something that's gonna be taken care of during this project, or if that's homeowners, or is that part
or
of
the
it?
culverts under driveways?
Yeah. No, I believe that's city property, or, I don't know, city property. No, it's my property. Or not.
What's the standard on that typically, Shane?
We are not replacing any driveway culverts with this project. Our Public Works Department will be reviewing our road culverts. And if any of our road culverts require replacing, they will do that in advance of this project. But we do not have any plans to replace any driveway culverts. Generally, those are furnished and installed when a new driveway is constructed. And similar to the surface on top, that is the property owner's responsibility for ownership and maintenance, even though it resides in our right of way.
Is there any grade work that's gonna go back in towards driveways, or that?
Yeah, so there is a slight amount of grade work, so kind of the process with this road project. So the pavement will be reclaimed with a big reclaim machine like this, and so our existing bituminous, let's say there's 3 inches of bituminous, and let's say there's 6 inches of aggregate base. That 3 inches will get mixed in with the 6 inches below, and so now we'll have 9 inches of aggregate base, so automatically we're gaining additional aggregate base, and then our pavement section is paved on top of this. So the new road surface will be about 4 inches higher than it is now. So we'll shoulder that road and then taper in the insoles with soil.
Okay. All the questions I have.
All right, thank you. Other questions or comments on the Halla Street project?
Got the deer in the headlight look.
Well, with the people that are here, if they have no other comments, we'll give a little more time in case somebody doesn't show up, but if there's no other comments, we'll close the hearing at that point, so. So I'll make sure people have an opportunity to say something before the hearing closes, so.
Oh, got one close here.
Yes, please.
Just to don't answer some of those now, you guys are gonna go back into like regrading into existing driveways, and if they're asphalt, concrete, whatever, cut back so far, and then do a matching so we don't have a ski jump or something?
A limited distance back in, yes.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. For this type of project, it depends on really the slope of the driveway. We look at each driveway individually, but it's usually anywhere 5 to 10 feet to make up that 4-inch difference.
And if we go forward, when would this project start?
The contractors are given the window to execute the contract, June 1st to September. So somewhere in that period. This project is a multi-day project, so it's gonna be weather dependent. The contractors' schedules are filling up quickly. So the sooner we make a decision and let them know, the sooner we get on their calendar, and then it depends on where their equipment is. And the attraction to a project like this, by doing 5 neighborhoods in the city in the same summer, they can keep their equipment around. It's less transportation, it's a better opportunity for them to complete the projects more efficiently. And so we have no commitment. Typically on a simple overlay, we'll get a couple day notice, and depending on what the weather is and their bigger projects, how it impacts that, they can do an overlay. This one here, I don't know what type of warning we'll get. Something this significant. Is it still just a couple of days?
I think this one will have a little bit more of an advance notice, so my expectation, Old Viking Boulevard especially, that will have to be scheduled, and that reclaim machine will probably be on Old Viking Boulevard for 2 or 3 days, reclaiming that road. Likely, they're gonna do Hallow Street either on the front end or the back end of Old Viking Boulevard, that's my guess. But normally, the reclaiming machine does have to be scheduled, because there's one machine that does covers a lot of ground within the state of Minnesota, so, you know, the best we can do is, after, assuming the council awards the contract, ask the contractor for their preliminary schedule, and then we have a pre-construction conference meeting with them, and that's where we learn more about their plan of attack. Right now, we haven't awarded the contract, so they haven't put a lot of effort into planning this, which is understandable.
One of the things we're gonna contact the residents. If you're interested in getting on the email list, then we can keep you updated. As we know something, we can send that out to residents.
I'm just kind of just thinking down the lines when it's gonna be done. I mean, I know that they let people know enough ahead of time. I'm in the trees, so I know everybody knows when it's coming.
And right now, our window is June 1st to September.
Okay.
Yeah, sometimes what happens, normally we get on a schedule, but sometimes what happens is we'll get a lot of rain, and a job that was on a schedule somewhere else gets canceled, and then they call and say, can we start in 2 days, or tomorrow, or whatever it is. In those situations, we usually try to accommodate the contractor, and sometimes we'll actually hand deliver notices, tape them to the front doors, or sometimes even knock on doors, so. That doesn't happen real often, but it definitely has happened.
And I did notice too, the first one was just a rough estimate, but I noticed the cost did go up. What drove the cost up?
Our actual construction bids.
So we had 4 contractors bid on it. And other than Old Viking, they were within very close to each other in all the other 4 projects. So we knew we were consistent, and Hallis came in high on those.
And was there gonna be somebody on site or testing for the compaction every once in a while, so we know that we're getting what we're paying for?
There will be. Our office will be, one of our construction observers will be on site at all times if there's any major construction work occurring. We also will contract with a materials testing firm and test in accordance with MnDOT guidelines.
That's the biggest thing, we don't want no fluffiness and
Right.
get the cracks.
Right. Yeah, in our spec, we do the compaction test, so we have the numerical data, but before we allow paving, we always do a test roll, because sometimes you can test in 50 spots, and if there's one soft spot that's 5 by 5, you don't catch that unless you do a test roll.
Yep. Dealt with it a lot, day back up and do it again.
Right. Yep.
Okay, I think that's it for me.
Thank you. Anybody else on Hallis?
I have one question.
Yes.
Erica.
Erica?
I am Erica, yep, 19330 Hallis. So on the bid itself is a total bid for all of the projects. Is there a breakdown of like neighborhood by neighborhood, what the cost comparison is and why there's such differences? It's like Rolling Hills, I mean lengthwise the street is about the same length as ours. Why is that one nearly half the cost of Hallis Street?
Because they're simply getting an 1.5 inch overlay on a road that's in better shape.
Okay,
And so they are, the road,
they're not reclaiming the whole road?
no,
Okay,
there'll be some slight, small patches, but otherwise it's just an 1.5 inch overlay.
okay. Are the bid breakdowns available on the website or are those just,
I don't know.
just total numbers available?
Mr. Mayor, it's all public record. I have provided that to the city, and so if you're.
The information is available, I'm just not sure if it's on the website at this point.
Right. I think the best way to handle it is to send an email to Lori, our city clerk,
Okay,
and she
Can see
could
those.
email it to you.
okay, sounds good.
But yeah, you can see when you see the 4 bids on each neighborhood that they're pretty close.
Okay. That's it, that's all, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions or comments on Hallis? All right, seeing and hearing none, I'll close the hearing.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Rainville.
I do have a question for Mr. Roby under Shane. In regards to lowering the tonnage, are there any, do we have to have specific reasons for doing it? Is there anything in statute that says it has to be A, B, C, or D, or 2 of the above? Or is it just at our discretion?
It's at your discretion.
Okay,
There are no preconceived statutory guidelines that you have to meet.
okay.
Typically, it's done upon the advice of your engineer. So typically, what most communities do, they have their engineer look at it, give them a recommendation of what needs to be done. Usually that memo is referred to in the resolution, whereas, the engineer has recommended a lower tonnage given the condition of the road, whereas the city council hereby exercises authority pursuant to the statute, and we hereby set the weight limit at so many tons, and then this shall be effective upon posting of the appropriate signage,
Thank you. Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Rainville.
is that something maybe we should have a discussion on for other roads? Are there other roads that by lowering the tonnage maybe would help with maintaining those roads? I don't know. Shane, you would maybe have a better idea of if there are other roads that maybe this would be beneficial.
Yeah, I think in terms of longevity of the road, all roads would benefit from lower axle weights. Couple of things to keep in mind. One is we discussed earlier, the vehicles that probably do the most damage, the garbage trucks and the school buses, they're exempt. And so I don't have the numbers with me, but I mean, it's incredible. Like one garbage truck does the equivalent, call it damage, but it's equivalent single axle loads. And it's like thousands and thousands of passenger cars. And so really that's where all of your damage happens. The other thing is, a lot of homeowners rely on our roads to have products and services delivered. So I've been involved in the past with a neighborhood getting together and say, hey, we're concerned about our road is starting to crack, we really want to post it at 5 tons. And I go out and view the road, yeah, it does show some cracking, I can support that, I'll write a memo to that effect. We post it at 5 tons, and then 2 weeks later, the property owner calls the city, says, I'm doing an addition, the concrete truck says that they can only bring half loads to my house because you have this 5-ton weight limit, and it's gonna cost me an extra however many $1,000s. And they ask us to reconsider, so keep that in mind.
Understandable.
You know, it helps the longevity of the road, but if the road can support, if it's in good condition, and, you know, generally, in my opinion, our side streets should be posted at 9 tons. That's kind of the common weight limit for local residential streets. And then collector roads, are sometimes posted higher because there's more heavy equipment on them, but.
Seems high, I thought it was always 5 or 7 ton on residential.
5 ton is the statutory, load limit for gravel roads. Local residential used to be 9, but I don't remember how long ago it was now.
Couple years ago.
Basically, the truckers union, their lobbyist,
Got it jacked up to 10.
you know,
So now that's the presumption, now if you want to put it at something lower, we have to go through what we were just talking about with regard to the.
The problem I see with that myself is just like he said, if we want to get gravel or anything else delivered, this, how often each one of us would do it is very seldom, opposed to the people that actually cause the problem. So I mean, if it, you know, none of us are gonna be driving our semis up and down the road, I don't figure. So I mean, I don't know if that's how that's gonna really affect us, if we wanna jack it up or down, or, I mean, it's a dead end, so people aren't coming through there with, you know, heavy loads, but, I mean, there's gotta be some kind of weight limit, of course, but.
I guess one other, just to follow up on my question. My question basically is, what are these roads designed for? How many tons? Yeah, that was my
right. And they're about a 9-ton design. 3.5 inches of pavement, that would be a 9-ton design.
And that's per axle or total?
Per axle. One other thing that the council could consider is allowing overweight vehicles by permit. And that is something that if we post a lower axle weight limit, but let's say just an individual property owner, they have 3 loads of concrete or 2 loads of concrete, then we can allow a contractor to apply for a permit, and if it's at a good time of the year, let's say it's the middle of July and it's perfectly acceptable for that, you know, the roadbed's nice and dry, so it's perfectly acceptable to allow that, then we could give them sign a written permit. That truck driver can then carry that in his truck, and if they would happen to get pulled over by the sheriff, they have a permit from us allowing that to happen.
And that happens a lot in my world. I do a lot of those types of. The other thing that we have done for stuff that isn't just a local resident that's just doing like a load of concrete or something, where it's, a lot of times it's out west, it's more a big farmer. And they are with a lot of equipment, and so we will enter into a road, a overweight permit agreement with them, where we want them to put money towards fixing the road, you know, any damage they do, we inspect it ahead of time, we videotape it, we have the engineer look at it, and then periodically, if there's stuff that needs to be done, this person has either put up a bond, letter of credit, something with us as part of this agreement to reimburse us for the damage to the road. Otherwise, it's posted, and if it gets caught, it's not so much the property owner, it's the drivers, because this is a ticket, it's a very expensive ticket. And when I did prosecution, you know, in my younger days, that was oh my gosh, the wailing and gnashing of teeth when they came in, you know, it's very expensive. And so it is an option, but just posting your roads at a lower tonnage only gets you so far. You still have to work with the sheriff's department to get that enforcement element so that the word gets out in the community. Don't go driving in that, you know, in that area. I'm sure everybody on the interstate, you know, certain communities are known for being more aggressive with tickets, and you just automatically start slowing down, you know, and that's the mindset that we want. So we do have to work with the sheriff, and sometimes here's the problem you have is there's unintended consequences where people that may not be the problem, but they are violating it, and they get we still have to prosecute equal, you know. So, again, there's things, pros and cons for all of this.
So that might have been an option when the discussion came up in the Meadows of Verde Valley earlier with the agricultural equipment paying a portion, but using the road for heavier equipment.
I believe ag vehicles are also exempt. So if it's like a combine or something like that. But if it was, in your case, it might have been like a dairy farm or something like that with continued semi-trucks going.
And this was.
Those are not exempt.
And this was a guy hauling grain and stuff. This is, you know, this was a guy
Sure.
who had a huge storage facilities, and he was constantly overweight hauling, you know, grain and other produce to market. Again, there's pros and cons of all of this stuff. It's done routinely by communities. The question is trying to figure out what roads would benefit from that, what's the unintended consequences if you do it, and then if you decide to do it, then it would be working something out with the sheriff to enforce it, and also looking, and we could create a form for permit, you know, for simple stuff. I'm a firm believer in that, as you guys know, so.
So, Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Ray?
As we've said in the other public hearings, and given one of the biggest violators are the garbage trucks, if neighborhoods can work together to try to limit the number of vendors that are picking up your garbage. I know on ours, we're on a dirt road, and I bet you there's probably 5 different vendors that come up and down, and
And now with curbside pickup, they come up and down twice.
yeah, you get the recycle and the regular refuse, so.
And we've seen neighborhoods, get together and say, hey, we have, 10 residents or whatever it is. Can you provide us with a group rate? And we've seen some pretty good discounts, and they're generally willing to hold that price for an extended period of time. So if you have some negotiating power, it just takes a little bit of organization.
That is one of the biggest things, because we have some neighborhoods where people working from home count the number of garbage trucks, and it's a lot of potential damage. So who's gonna organize the neighborhood?
What's that?
Who's gonna organize the neighborhood garbage pickup?
I just told my guy a neighbor with a big pond, we can start filling.
I say you have a huge dumpster at the end. When you guys leave for work on Monday, you dump your garbage in the huge dumpster. The unit comes up, dumps the whole thing into the truck, it never even comes down Hallis. That's what I propose.
Trying to turn off Viking mode.
I think your biggest enemy is those huge trucks.
Oh, absolutely.
They got a city park right across the road there, you can use their garbage.
Mayor said it.
Yeah, and homeschooling, go for homeschooling.
There's always a construction site somewhere.
You know they're gonna start cleaning our street now.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In October, it's like
And you can see how close we work.
I'd say we nailed the times pretty good.
Yeah,
This is going smooth.
really it is.
I always like it when I prepare the PowerPoint, I don't have to use it. It's better than
Yeah, this whole thing is not our normal dog and pony show. This one, I don't know, this one might be a song. Seems like the mayor's not into it. It's like just kind of going straight into the, what do you want to say? What's your, so that money we lost to the trails assessment, we could put a whole new driveway in. For his would be like 300, 150 every 6 months or whatever. Yeah, so
o'clock, let the fun begin. Open the public assessment hearing for the proposed 2019 road improvements to Old Viking Boulevard. We have a preliminary estimate for this project in total of $840,000, $480, I'm sorry. And so this is a public hearing. So people that want to weigh in on this, comment, or ask questions, please step up to the podium, give us your name and address, and then you're free to make your comments. This is the 5th of our public hearings we've had tonight. After this, there'll be a discussion as to whether we proceed with the project. And then later tonight, our bond representative will be coming in to talk about financing cost. So, potential financing cost. So we are open for public comment. Anybody that needs background, we do have the same presentation that we've given at our previous public hearing. Anybody that wasn't here would like to see it, we do have the information available in PowerPoint. If people are comfortable, everybody should have gotten a letter with the cost explained and a frequently asked questions list on things that people typically ask in situations like this. So anybody who would like to speak to the project, feel free to step up to the podium.
I'm Leon Nelson on Old Viking Boulevard. Is there any reason why we can't have that a 5-ton road to keep these trucks off of there? That's the biggest concern, is all these gravel trucks and everything cutting through there because they save 150 feet of mileage, you know, instead of using biking. That's what I'd like to see, a 5-ton road. And then, you know, like we were talking, another one, have exemptions, you know, for hauling concrete or whatever, or permits or whatever, you know? I mean, that's the way it should be done, then we, 'cause that's what ruins these roads, the trucks, cars, you know. Of course, speed limit's a different issue, but that's later on. That's all I can say, I'd like to see.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I could address that. We had a short discussion at our last assessment hearing. So yes, we can, the city council can consider a resolution to lower the weight limit, and then it becomes effective upon posting. For Old Viking Boulevard, either a 9-ton weight limit or possibly even a 7-ton weight limit, in my opinion, would be appropriate. One disadvantage of posting it at the lower weight limit is just what the gentleman said. You know, a lot of times, the actual residents on the road will be, you know, they'll be adding on, doing an addition on their house, and they need a concrete truck to pour footings, or have a few loads of gravel delivered. And the cost of that gravel usually, or whatever is being delivered, usually increases depending on the number of trips to get that amount there. So if they're taking half loads, they're gonna charge about twice the amount to deliver those materials. So that's kind of the balancing act. We could consider a permit process under which we could issue a permit. They could apply for the permit at city offices. We could give them a signed piece of paper which acts as a permit. And then the truck driver would have to carry that in their vehicle in the instance that they were to be pulled over by law enforcement. So it's kind of an extra step, but it does help preserve the road. With that being said, the roads that do the most damage, which are the garbage trucks and school buses, are exempt. So that it would not keep, you know, those, or it would not affect those vehicles.
One of the things is, you know, and of course, this is the old county road, the old through road. So people do use it differently. We have two of the projects that we've got here that are cul-de-sacs. And so in those neighborhoods, the residents are getting together to try and get a group rate for the garbage haulers. So they have one hauler for the entire neighborhood. The fewer garbage trucks that are on the road, the better the life of the road. It's a little harder to do with 66 homes, but it's something that if somebody has the initiative, certainly they can try and reduce the amount of traffic there. Now, we have talked about, as a city council, we've talked to residents before about reducing the speed limit, trying to discourage people from using that as a cut through, and there's a county road a block and a half away. We will be pursuing that later this year, working with residents. If that's something the majority of residents want, we'll be looking at that. Again, the consequence there is if the speed limit is reduced and residents are exceeding that speed limit, they are subject to law enforcement just as well as anybody else. What we talked about at a previous meeting is if we reduce the tonnage on the road and there were projects that needed heavier ton vehicles on there, then a permit process, as Shane just explained, permit would be available from the city offices to allow temporary overweight vehicles, depending on the condition. You probably wouldn't be doing it in the spring when the roads are wet and the base is wet. But, you know, we would be able to evaluate, if somebody's got a building project going on, needs a heavier vehicle. But it would prevent, or it would make it less likely that heavier vehicles are using that as a bypass to the county road, or a slightly shorter route if law enforcement was enforcing the weight limits. So those are discussions we can certainly have with residents. It's an expensive road, and we're going to do a lot of important work on it. We want it to last as long as possible. 5 ton, probably not, but 7 or 9, at least we can consider. So. Other comments or questions?
Nicole Blood, 7321 Old Viking. I'm against redoing the road at all, to be honest with you. Patch it up, as long as you have to, keep patching it. We live in the country, doesn't bother me if it even goes to gravel. So.
I agree.
That's my opinion. If you are proceeding for some reason with this, and nobody else agrees with me, I need to put in a driveway and get an annex to my driveway, because right now I share it with my brother, my sister, and me. We all share one. So if you're gonna be putting in this expensive road and then we're gonna be paying this $6,000, I want an annex so I can make a driveway at my house.
I'm a brother. So I want one too. We do share driveways. So there's 3 driveways, I don't know if you guys know this, but there's 3 driveways next to Marv down there. And they have all 33 feet, 33 feet, 33 feet. But one driveway in the center is what's there now. So we're gonna need 3 approaches or one big approach.
Where are we at here?
You recognize
Yarkey development right next to the
Oh.
crash and show.
Yeah.
12, 13, and 14?
Arcade States, the 13, 14, yeah, 12, 13, 14. I do just not do it, the road, the 3 country, but if we're gonna do it, we need an approach.
Shane, what's the situation as far as drives?
So, Mr. Mayor, we allow driveway connections by permit. And if the residents would like to construct their own driveway in advance of our project, that's something that we would consider. They could apply for a permit at the city offices. Our city maintenance supervisor would review those permits. In this situation, I don't know if all of them actually have enough frontage going down to the, all the way down to Old Viking, but the city would not construct individual driveways for several hundred feet, simply at a landowner's request. However, if that individual driveway is there, we can certainly match into it like our project, similar to all the other driveways that we're matching into.
Like I said, the land is already there, the council makes sure of that, but you have to have 33 feet for driveway. So there's 33 feet, 33 feet, 33 feet, they're all 3 there. It's just that the center one's the only one that actually has a culvert and approach. The other 2 are gonna need an approach and probably a culvert, or make it one big one, we don't care. We're gonna have more driveway in the next couple of years probably, so, well, my sister and ourselves.
So right now, 12, 13, and 14 are all using and 15, they're using the front, all using the same drive?
No, 15 is got his own.
So 12, 13, and 14 are using the same,
We're all using 13's driveway.
Right.
So 12 and 14 is road approaches. But our first concern is keep it the way it is, to not do this project at all. Let's get that stated on the top of the record.
Number 16.
My name is Don Emmer. I live at 7223 Old Viking. I believe it's number 16 on your board. My question is this, that when you originally took the road over, there was a culvert in my driveway. When I bought the place, it was dipped down considerably, and the water runs right down the road into the ditch, so it'd be a lengthy culvert. But my main concern is this: how did we get from 4,000 to 6,000 in 1 year? Last year it was 4,000 something. This year we're up to over 6,000. How did we get that far?
because now we're reclaiming and putting down the reclaimed material back into the base. Last year was an overlay. And
Well, I'm just wondering if some of, perhaps the engineers has misjudged the road to start with.
there was an evaluation when we discussed it last year.
I was in private business for many years, and if I missed it by 50%, I'd have to take it out of my pocket. The city, I know, is something different. And you're gonna go ahead with the project whether people object or not. And I just wanted on record that I do object to this project at $6,000.
Okay.
And what do you think about the culvert? I know you're gonna do it, and what are you gonna do about the culvert? Are we just gonna let the water run across my driveway again? And another thing I'd like to point out is the maintenance on these roads. This city is the worst. We had a big snowfall here a few years ago, early fall. The city, that road was the worst road in the state of Minnesota in 300 miles. It snowed approximately 12 inches, and that road was never plowed properly. And even in the summer, it's never patched properly. Now, these guys, they should clean them holes out and then put tar in them and then pack them. They don't. They let the cars pack them, and they don't clean them out. This is something you have to get after your maintenance people. If we're going to pay $6,000 for a road, I want some maintenance on it.
All right, well,
Yeah, it's kind of sad dodging all that tar and stuff that they just throw in the shovel. I get that.
we fully intend, obviously, you know, in trying to get our roads into shape here, to be able to maintain them as well. So we have a commitment to that, and so we fully intend to enforce that. And this road has not been in good shape for a long time. There's no excuse for poor patching jobs, but it's a hard road to do a good patching job on. So,
I'm Sue Wheeler, I'm new to Melaman. We have the property at 7637 Old Viking Boulevard Northwest, which I've heard that Northwest is everywhere here. Being new, what I've seen is a lot of very fast speeding cars on this road. I saw them almost hit a child on a bicycle. I know there's horses. And I also have observed that it's parallel to 22. So to me, I'm wondering why we have a city street that doesn't have a 35-mile-an-hour speed limit on it. And if you can't enforce the speed limit, leave the potholes there so they slow down. Because it's ridiculous. Our property is flooded. We have no culvert. I have only owned the property 3 months. I've already had to put $2,000 in just to get into the driveway because we had to be towed out because it's nothing but mud. The elevation is way too high for where our property is. There is between ours and the implement company. They have bought the yellow house next door to the east. So they have 5 driveways. Have nothing against about anybody here because I don't know anybody. They have 5 driveways because they just bought the yellow house. They're going to pay the equivalent of 1 property plus a quarter for their other 4 properties, which to me seems extremely unbalanced. From what I've heard, they use a lot of heavy equipment, a couple weeks a year, which puts a lot of wear and tear on that road. So why am I, with an acre and a quarter, paying the same amount as somebody who's much larger and apparently a lot more important than I am? There's a ditch dug in between our property on the east side for the water, goes all the way around the back of our property, and then it goes over to the ditch to the other new people who are over and by the lake. If you're going to go to all this money, why not put in storm sewers? That way you're not polluting your lakes. Number 2, if we're going to spend $6,000, I'm going to want sewer, water, gas, and storm sewers. Curb and gutter would also be nice because then you direct your water. If this is going to be a real city, I'm coming from a real city, it needs to act like a city. That is a Canal Boulevard, it's not a county road anymore. People have to change their minds. Instead of going there, they need to go on 22. Or make it a 1 lane or a single direction with a cul-de-sac. That way the people on their horses, kids on their bikes, people who want to take a walk, can do without the fear of your life. and then put in, you know, you got a one-way cul-de-sac, you'd have a path for the horses, path for the bikers, path for the walkers. It makes more sense to me, because then that's what a real city would do. They're incorporating a nice area with lake there that's available. If land comes up, maybe somebody could put in a little park, that would be pretty cool. We don't have lake frontage, we're probably the smallest lot, and it's been there since 1970. I've looked up and done research, and a lot of people have been here many, many years, 20 years or more. And as far as, yeah, it's easy to pay for this, we'll just put it on your taxes and spread it out. Except if you get transferred, if someone dies in the family, you still have to pay that assessment. And it's paid and comes out of whatever profit you might have. And you're paying, and it's just, to me, patch the road, put in the cul-de-sac, and let the people live their lives, ride their horses, have their kids, grandkids, or whatever, have a place that's safe. It is not safe now. I tried to get the mail today. I swear some guy was going 75 in his truck, past the driveway. It's like, now, at rush hour, it's terrible. I have many things on my list. When you're new, you really evaluate differently. The area to the east, I can't remember, is it 22 and 23 are new condos that are coming in? I saw in the thing, it's zoned condos, and it's new, and it's going to be plotted very soon. How much are those people and the developer paying for that? Or are we paying the way for him?
What is this? What?
There's no condos.
No.
It's private property.
Single family.
It's
Single family
private
homes.
property, but I found in the county that people are going to subdivide it.
No.
And we're getting it ready for them. Plus the other plot down here at the beginning of Now Then Boulevard is being used by a person that's heavy equipment, which is fine, he needs to store it there. They said that will not be, that'll always be industrial there. But you're adding, everything I learned, there's adding more plots down there. And I always wonder when something like this comes up and the expenses are so much, what the secret agenda is of somebody in planning. That's a lot of money. I've never spent that much money. It's always by frontage. I just couldn't believe it. That's one thing I'm throwing out there. And I've also discovered that Now Then is, all of it is zoned rural. There's nothing that's really other than rural for people. There's no residential. But I think maybe it's time that now the city is a city. It starts making it a city with cool streets, with neighborhoods. And that's a very old neighborhood. That road's been there a long time. And to upset other people's lives, I'm new, I'm going to be upset no matter what I do. But for people who've lived there a long time, I can't imagine how exciting this must be. Number one, you won't be able to get to your property. The speed limit is 50, which is absurd for a city street. A boulevard never is 50, never. Am I boring anybody yet? Let's see. I missed the first part because I couldn't find City Hall. I thought it was where the big plow was, and I couldn't figure out where everybody was. Okay, is it going to get much wider?
Nope.
The road is not being widened.
Then it's just going to get higher,
It will be slightly higher.
which means I'm going to have more water and more problems. There's no culvert in mine, but they brought in 6 loads of crushed concrete for a small, narrow driveway that hardly goes anywhere. And they said, you need to build this up 3 feet. I mean, I don't think it's been thought through all the way as to how you're going to affect every individual person. I cannot be the only one that has that. You're not putting any services in, no storm sewers, or flooded yards, pollution to the lakes, curbs, gutters, timeline. The timeline you have that I read, I don't think is realistic. These things never take that little time. And it's going to be an inconvenience for people. There are people I'm sure have to drive their tractors to go from field to field or wherever it is they're doing. They won't be able to get there. To me, I counted like 5 holes in the road that need to be repaired. I presently, right now, am not living in the house yet because I don't have a refrigerator and some of the things yet that are on back order. But I live in St. Paul right now. And our roads, in comparison, are atrocious to what you guys got here. I mean, it just like rattles your brains in your cars and all the nuts and bolts on your car. That in St. Paul, that's a really decent road. You got a couple little bumps, you know, just slows you down a little bit. Let's see. Is your purpose to make this road a highway like it was when it was a county highway?
No, it's a residential road.
That wasn't my question. Is it a city street or a highway?
It's a city street.
And what's the speed limit on city street?
Currently, it's 50 miles an hour.
How much?
50.
50 in a city street?
Yeah. You're coming from St. Paul, it's a lot different.
And ma'am, speed limits are controlled by the state. We have no control over speed
But it's
limits.
not a county road anymore.
It doesn't matter. Speed limits are still mandated by state law. We don't have the right to change speed limits. The only way we can change a speed limit is if we apply to MinDOT, have them come in and do a speed study, then they determine what the speed
I
limit should
think you
be.
should do that because it's dangerous.
The problem,
And you're gonna wait till somebody gets killed out
the
there.
problem is that when you do those speed studies, sometimes they raise the speed limit, and people are upset because they want it to be lowered, but we can't guarantee
That
that.
sounds to me like a threat, because my husband.
It's
used to-
not.
My husband used to work for MinDOT for many years. And I think that before you can say that, you need to have the study done.
Okay.
Just because the study's done doesn't mean you have to take the recommendation.
I guess we'll disagree on that.
Okay. I heard there's no easements, we're not taking, they're not applying any easements, or there are no easements?
Short time, you can get out, but you can work that way.
As far as,
The sides of the road, the easement, is there an easement?
We have road right-of-way
There-
easement.
we have road right away along the,
And how deep is that?
It's a county, it was a former county road.
it varies.
If it was a former county road, we have whatever easement that the county conveyed when they did the county road turn back. When they use that statute, they have to turn back whatever road they have and whatever easement they already have.
Right.
If the easement also could be extended by whatever area we use and maintain for the road maintenance. So snow plowing, where we throw the snow off the road, that's why it may be different in one area and wider in another, depending on the conditions of the road.
I understand that.
But we are not acquiring any additional easement. There is no need to acquire additional easement because we are not widening anything.
So you're not taking any
Correct.
land, I can't
That's
think what the word is by, what's it called?
No easement acquisition.
No, another word, where they can take land because it's necessary.
Eminent domain.
Eminent domain.
Eminent, so there's no eminent domain.
That's correct.
Yeah, sorry, didn't write that down. I don't know, I'm very nervous because I'm new. And, we've had other properties, lived other places in other cities, and a lot of times what's said is not exactly what ends up. And by the time it started, things are not gonna be changed because the engineer and the people constructing the road already have got their down payment, and it's gonna be tied down. But my biggest thing is I wanna know what's going on down there in those new properties. I know it's individual property, but in your website, it said, these are for proposed residential lots of 1.3 acres. It's in your website, I read it. And so to not say that, you need to read your own website. Because those people who are developing that need to help with the burden of this road if they're gonna be using it.
No, we've just had it through our planning and zoning, go back to the planning and zoning meetings online. Those roads, that lot was proposed to be split, and they are the city minimums.
1.3 acres.
5 acres.
Oh, it said 1.3 in there. It
No,
said no
not-
less
not-
than
not what-
1.3.
not what was
It said
just
no
broken
less
out.
than 1.3 acres.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just address that. So the property lines that are shown on the map here are obtained from the Anoka County GIS records. So what's depicted on the map, number 22 and number 23 were their existing configuration. Now, we knew that there was a subdivision, a changing of lot lines, and they're gonna have one additional property that will front onto Old Viking Boulevard. That's why number 23 is shown on the map. So
That photograph and that mapping is from 2016. The plotting of that. And there are plans that are in the works, and I think those plans in the works should be incorporated in this rather than putting the burden on all of us.
Mr. Mayor, we do receive all subdivisions. We are the planning and zoning authority. And so a property owner cannot subdivide a property without receiving our approval. I have personally reviewed that property, as have our city planner, as have you all. And we're confident that we have the correct information, that there's one additional property that will access Old Viking Boulevard.
So if it changes, will our price go down? Because things change in meetings, and people, you know, they make petitions to change their one lot.
Now, That's
And to get
already
approval.
been
So
through
that
the
was
planning
my-
process.
My question is, if that is subdivided, will our price go down for this road?
At this point, the road will be done before any other potential subdivisions there. That property has come before the planning and zoning, has been through our planner.
So why don't we wait till the road, wait 2 years before we start the road? And we'll see what's done. It's not in that bad a shape. Fill the holes that are bad, postpone for 2 years and wait to see what's gonna happen down there. This is a lot of money for a lot of people, myself included.
I agree.
It's a burden on families. It
Mr. Mayor,
upsets them,
can we
and
take a
people are
vote?
upset. I can't believe that I'm the only one, because I knew people are probably having trouble sleeping over this.
Can we vote for the people sitting in this room?
Well, this is our second public hearing, and this is the first response we're hearing like this. You can vote, but it's not an official, there is official way of protesting. And if this goes through, we cancel all 5 projects. If we fail, there's 5 projects tied up together here, this road and 4 other neighborhoods. And in order to get the best price from the contractors, we bid them out as one. So they're individually priced for the work that's being done in the neighborhoods, but it would impact the other.
Can we get a list of your contractors?
Yeah, it's public information there, it's right here. It's on the paper in the back of the room.
I don't have anything to add. I'm old, as you can tell, been around. And what I've learned is a lot of times when cities, counties, and state start a project, there's always a hidden agenda. And it's hard to find out what that agenda is. And that always makes me a little skeptical.
Well, this isn't St. Paul, there are no hidden agendas. We've been working on this for years.
Sir, I've lived in other cities.
Okay.
And I realize that you're getting angry because I'm questioning you.
No?
But your job is to be questioned. And I really have no problem, myself personally, to postpone it for 2 years, to wait and see what's gonna be happening. Because that's an old map.
I couldn't agree more.
I'm Shani Sidewall. I am at 7230 Old Viking Boulevard, which is number 41. I guess, my question was because you had just made a comment saying that you bid this according to with all of the assessments that are going on. So does that mean if you approve the other assessments, that our assessment on ours will go through them?
The project was bid out as a complete project with 5 neighborhoods individually costed out. We had 4 bidders on it. And so if we deny one, we deny them all. If we accept the majority of them, we accept them all.
Okay, and you said you've been working on this, by the way, I know it's like to be new. We've been here for 10 years, and I'm sad to say that I've not been at a meeting, have not done my civic duty, should have been, but hope to be in the future. And I love Now Then. We love it. And when you come up from the city, I get it, it looks different. But I love your newsletters when you say you want to keep Now Then small. I read everything in them, and I like that. When I brought my boys here, I don't know all of you, and that's sad, but at the same time, I've always felt that this was a small community. My kids played baseball. We've enjoyed a lot of the things that you have brought to this community. So thank you, all of you, for what you do. My concern is, and as far as the speed limit goes, when we moved in, I was worried about it too, because it was 55, and I was like, wow, I've got kids on bicycles. But they got used to it. And I was like, we just did it. So I guess I know a lot of you want the speed limit reduced. I am either way on that kind of. I can go with either because I've gotten used to it. But my thing is you say you've been planning this for 10 years. So if you've been planning it for 10 years, it seems like now it's all of a sudden we've got to do it. My husband has been to the meetings, and he had said in the last one that you had said that that the city planners, and I could have this wrong, that a couple years ago it was fine, didn't have to do it yet, but now it was kind of at a point where it needs to have something done. It's hardship for some people to come up with $7,000, $6,000. It just is. So I don't know what's going to happen here, but for future things, I guess both sides, maybe some more of those letters out to us would be great, because then we can start planning as a city to have, and I don't know how government works, but maybe planning so that way we can have that budget ahead of time, so it's not such a hardship. Because she's right. When you've got to pay taxes, those are going to come due no matter what. And when you've got that little old lady that is sitting up on a hill, and she's done paying her house payment, but she's got to pay taxes. It's like, sometimes the bank can come take her home if she doesn't pay it. And that's hardship for some people. It may not be 6,000, may not be a lot for some, but it's a lot for others. And they're charged that percentage rate. So I just want you to consider that when you're throwing it through, and that's just my thoughts.
So just to clarify, if I said 10 years, that's not accurate. We've been working on this for years. We've been a city for almost 11. We've had a road plan, a road study that the engineer has worked on along with our Public Works Department, evaluating the condition of roads. Now Then has historically tried to keep the taxes as low as possible. We are the third lowest taxed city in all of Anoka County. Historically we're the lowest, but in recent years we've been trying to put more money into roads, and so we have levied more money each year to try and maintain the roads as best we can. The problem is the roads are deteriorating. Not all of them were built to our current standards. Years ago, when contractors would come in, they didn't have the same standards we have today, and those roads are 20 years old and they're deteriorating. Old Viking, when I moved out here, was the main road. 22 wasn't here. You came to town, you went north, you'd gone on Old Viking, and that was the main road through town. And you dropped back down at 47 and continued on. When that road was deeded back to us, it's only 22 feet wide. There's not good shoulders on it. It's, again, was one of the primary roads through town back then, so houses are very close to the road. So yeah, the conditions aren't perfect as far as driveways and as far as road standards are. But what we've found is the longer we wait, the more expensive it gets. And this road last year, when we first attempted to consider doing it, we proposed a couple of overlays on it. When the contractors looked at it, said that road's not gonna hold up. You need to mill it down and start over. And so with that brought to our attention last year, would have changed the price last year. And so we decided not to do that last year and put it into this year's project plan. That is one of the things that typically is heard, just let it go for a while. We've had people let it go back to gravel. It does affect people's property values, your house cost. And in those places where that's been proposed, that's been one of the concerns, because property values are affected whether you're on a gravel road or on a blacktop road.
Okay, I called a realtor on that today because I was worried about that myself. She said the actual opposite. She said that with the blacktop road on Old Viking, if it had increased traffic and with the bigger, like when they were talking about the bigger vehicles going down with the higher speeds, that would affect it more than gravel would. That gravel in the country is not a big deal. And the other thing, as far as making this into a city, please keep it country. Please do that, because we don't want a city.
Yeah, we're not trying to make it an alternative. We've got a nice concrete county road going through town. And people that are avoiding the county road may have other reasons to avoid the county road. There's a variety of what those reasons are. Typically, the city streets are not patrolled with the same vigor that the county roads are. If you're hauling heavy, if you're hauling fast, if you're doing other things that would get you a ticket, I'd stay off the county road too. The question is, it's now a city street. Do we want it to be more residential? We have options that we're talking about on the tonnage. We're talking about speed limit. But it doesn't appear that we're going to be saving any money in the long run to let it deteriorate even worse. And I don't know that, again, turning it back to gravel, go a half mile north on 205th and 207th. The number of complaints we get on those gravel roads are not easy to maintain either. And if you don't have a good base on that, it could be very expensive to do that as well. Now, the idea is not to make it a highway so that people can go through faster.
Once you tar that and make that nice, they're gonna use it more. And then it isn't just us using that road. A lot of people use that road to get to their own properties off of that road, and they're not getting assessed.
And certainly that was part of our consideration when we discussed this. If you have to use this road, West Ford Brook is an example. They are getting a partial. They would get assessed when their road's done, but because they have to go out onto Old Viking, they would get a partial assessment in this proposal here.
So the people who have the show for whatever it is you do with the big equipment, they have privilege, they don't get charged for each driveway, they have 5 of them?
You're talking about the threshing show?
Yeah. And they have a lot of heavy equipment that puts a big wear and tear on that road. I have nothing against them personally, I don't even know them. But it just is common sense to me. I just think it is a travesty to expect, how many people live on this road? 50, 60 maybe? To put this
66.
burden on these families? I think it's terrible. Do any of you on the board live on Old Viking Road? None of you?
Just for accuracy, now then Historical Power Association owns the threshing grounds. They have 3 driveways. They would be paying 3 portions.
I counted 5.
Okay, they have
You
3.
need to drive down and see if they bought
They
the
have
house.
3 PIN numbers, and they will be paying 3 portions.
They
So
have 5 driveways.
they have 3 PIN numbers, and we go by PIN number.
And Mr. Mayor, the properties are shown on the map, and each blue number represents a property that will receive an assessment.
They own number 4 now.
They will be assessed for number 4.
So they have driveways all the way along there with their different parcels that they have. I count from my driveway beyond their property to the next house, there are 5 exits and entrances on that road.
And there are properties here with more than one driveway, but if they have one PIN number, they get one portion. If they have 2 PIN numbers, they get 2 portions.
You're totally missing my point. You're making.
We aren't doing it-
what I'm saying to be trivia, because 5 against somebody who has maybe to get a pasture or a field is different than somebody who has a business that has 5 entrances and exits.
And the decision by the council was to assess by PIN number, not by number of driveways.
Isn't that sweet?
Yes.
My name is Larry Skokas. I just got a question for the council. Do they have any, you guys discussed any kind of a plan for a road tax so that these assessments doesn't get, I mean, this is the biggest assessment, I think, of the city's probably ever had for a PIN number. And it's like some say it's a lot of money. Is the city, like the city of Elk River now, anybody that's got an electric meter pays a road tax. City of Oak Grove, they put $500,000 away every year for road. I was just wondering if the city at all has thought about, and nobody likes to hear the word raise tax, but this is a tax no matter how you look at it. Is there a way that the city can come up with a way of funding their own road repairs without putting it on the burden of the person that owns their PIN number on that road?
The city does put aside money to maintain our roads. We're not putting away millions, we're putting away hundreds of thousands. I think 500,000 this year.
I've heard that there's sharing of equipment between different cities like Ramsey and Elk River as far as you can minimize your repairs. I see you nodding your head, is that correct? Who's nodding his head?
Shane? No.
I guess my question is just, have you guys thought about a way of funding it rather than assessing the people that live on the road? In the future.
There are certainly discussions. We've had some. We've been paying attention to what neighboring cities are doing. A tax is a tax, whether you call it a fee or a franchise fee or a utility fee or assessment. The history of the township, prior to the city doing this, the assessments were 100%. And so we've tried to level that out by making it 50% and having the city pick up 50%. We're not at a position yet where we feel it's responsible to go 100% because we don't have the roads in condition to be able to maintain that amount of money. And it would be significant increase across there. You'd be increasing for a number of properties that aren't benefiting if they're on gravel road or county roads. But
No, but that person that lives on the dirt road like myself might use that blacktop road, so he should help pay as well as the person that lives on it.
and he's paying 50% of that.
Who is?
The residents.
No, but I'm saying the guy that lives on the dirt road that uses that road as well.
Mhm.
He should help pay as well.
He is. He's paying 50%.
Yeah, but everyone's paying 50%, then you put the other dollar on top.
No, I'm just saying, I live on a different road in a different part of the city, but I use that road. It's not, to me, it's not fair to the people that own the land there to pay the whole repair. I think we should.
They're not paying the whole repair. They used to.
50% of the repair.
Right. And the residents that don't live on that road are picking up the other 50%. So we are sharing the cost.
Oh, you mean because of the city is paying the other?
Yeah. That's part of our levy is we.
Why don't you sell bonds to finance the road?
That's our bond representative sitting right next to you, and that will be our next discussion.
I'm Bill Minutes, and I own 7360. How many other road road projects in the state are the residents being asked to pay 50% of the whole road project. Because it's our taxes to go into the state and the county and what have you, that are paying part of the first 50%. This $6,000 is a lot of money for people. I'm not the only one that's retired. And we can't just go work overtime. We don't have jobs, we're retired. I'm also a vet, all that stuff. But there's never a consideration. These cities go around, they decide, oh yeah, this would be cute and fine and dandy and what have you. We'll do this, we'll do this, we'll do this. There it is. Then we get to this point to where whatever you folks decide now, because they had one meeting sooner, which I couldn't attend because I was ill. Now it's a matter of it's up to you to say, you stick your hand in my pocket and take $6,000 out of it. Or I can pay 6% interest on it, like it's a loan from a bank. Why, you know, how many other road projects in this state are the residents paying half of the price of? I don't think 35W, I don't think most of these projects, the residents are asked to pay 50% of the project. I think it's just a hell of a lot of money. Excuse my French. And I don't think it's fair to the residents. If this is all we've got, and then in your letter, it's like, well, if we don't use it here, we're gonna use it somewhere else, and if you decide not to go along with it, then we'll put it back to dirt. Can't we be civil about it and quit putting threats and stuff? I have a pet peeve of that with lawyers and what have you and the whole deal, and that's not you personally. But it's like, why does everybody have to use this threatening? If you don't do it our way, then we're gonna take our football and we're gonna punish you. Stupid. And this is a small, nice residential area. For years and years and years, the people that have been here have fought to keep this a rural area. You know, we've had people that, I used to have horses here. We've had people that cut fences. We have people that have done whatever over the years, just to try to make it a pain in the derriere out here. And now it's our own city council to where, I'm sorry, but, you know, I'm 73 years old. I don't understand why I should have to pay taxes, which supports this, which helps to pay for the first 50%, and then you telling me that I gotta pay 50% more for this road that, as far as I'm concerned, and multiple others here, if you wanna put it back in gravel, go for it. That's part of the rural thing. I think we're improving this road so that, you know, some of the businesses on it, the thrashing show, and what have you, have a nice new road, nice great road to run on. And in your own statement here, it's like, oh, well, you know, everybody is gonna get taxed or same, or charged the same, whatever, because we figure each property has the same usage. I'm sorry, but my little ranch up here doesn't get anywhere near the traffic that that thrashing show gets in the 3 days, in a year's period of time. If I had my whole family, generations going in and out, I would not generate that much traffic, nor that much weight, nor that much anything. So, you know, it sounds great, it sounds simple to say, oh, well, they have 3 driveways, therefore they're gonna pay 3 fees. But yet, they have a lot of frontage, they are the ones that, you know, are one of the biggest advantage for them to have a good road to bring in their show. Just my opinion.
I have a question. If you repair this road and it gets done, how long will it be before you dig it up again to put the utilities that a city normally has?
Our utilities go on the right of way on the side of the road, and if you're talking about sewer and water,
I'm talking about normal utilities that a city has.
well, you will not see those normal utilities out here. We just heard everybody say, keep it rural. We're not putting in sewer and water.
But you're talking about going ahead. So my question was, when it's done, how long before you tear it up again to put in storm sewers, LP gas, water? all those utilities. And then the.
We have no plans on putting in water.
And the people will get hit a second time for assessments.
There is no plan to put in storm sewers. We have ditches. They run to county ditches, which run to creeks, which run to rivers and lakes. We have no plans on putting in water. We have no access to water. Everybody has private septic and wells. We don't have any water towers. Natural gas is coming through the city a little at a time, and they go in the right of way, which runs next to the roads. They don't dig up the roads for that. If they have to go under the asphalt, they do directional boring for that. So we don't rip up for utilities, and we have no plans in the next comp plan to have any water or sewer anywhere in the community. So the expectation is the life of this road will not see any excavation for those purposes.
Do you have inspections for septic tanks so they don't pollute the lakes?
Yes, we do.
That's-
Everybody's supposed to be pumping their tanks every 3 years, and when their tanks are pumped, the septic pumpers do the inspection.
Who monitors that?
The city does that
Okay, thank you.
through our building officials.
Well,
Yes,
it
sir.
seems, Dave Flattabo, live in lot 41 up there, 7230 Old Viking Boulevard, in Shanny's house. It seems like the assessments are a big deal. They are to me as well. So along that line, I heard for the first time there was talk about lowering the tonnage that's allowed on that road and permitting. So if we lower it to 5 tons, say, what kind of percentage would that save on the total cost of the project?
Mr. Mayor, it wouldn't save any money on the project. If anything, it would just preserve the life of the road, maybe a couple of years. Really, we have to build this road to support our garbage trucks and our school buses. Unless we can find a way to prohibit them from using the road, we have to, right now we have 3.5 inches bituminous, and I wouldn't recommend going any thinner with that, with the heavy vehicles.
So what's the tonnage?
The default, actual limit in Minnesota is 10 tons. That got raised a couple of years ago from 9 tons for local residential roads. And as part of the truckers lobbyists, truckers union that did that. But we have the ability to post it at a different weight limit if we so desire.
And what's the lifetime of this, repaving supposed to be?
So the average design life for a road is 20 years. But what we're seeing is with proactive maintenance, maybe a overlay at year 20 or 25, we're seeing roads that are extended out to 30, 35, 40 years and still serviceable, still in better condition than your road is today.
Okay, and it's out of the question just to put another, layer on top, I don't know what the technical term is, but not do the complete what is it called, resurfacing, or just do the resurfacing rather than.
An overlay, and that's when somebody brought up earlier that last year we had a $4,000 cost when we proposed this. That was for an overlay. When the contractors looked at it, if you take a look at the cracks and the repairs and some of the structural problems that we have with the road, they said an overlay was not gonna hold up. It's too late for that.
Okay.
And that's one of the things we're trying to get ahead in our road plans, is to get to roads before they deteriorate to the point that we have to even go this far. If we can do the overlays closer to year 20 on a road, we can extend that another 10 years, so we can make it a 30, 40-year road, potentially. But this road was beyond that. And the one we did just before this meeting was Hallis, is the same thing. They're getting the same treatment where they'll do the mill up the surface, and turn it back into base, and then do a complete new lift on it.
Well, let's say an overlay was about half the cost. And, you know, and went ahead and did that, how many years could we potentially get out of that overlay? Is it 10? Could we maybe get a decade out of it with proper maintenance?
Mr. Mayor, you know, it really depends on the event. So, you know, I have overlaid roads that are in similar condition to Old Viking. And just like I told this group, that we were at the very end of the window. I mean, the ideal time is before we have a lot of cracking, because those cracks generally reflect through the surface. But I have, in kind of emergency situations, held roads together for 5, 8, sometimes 10 years with an overlay that are in this bad condition. The problem is you can't always predict what's gonna happen, and in one community, you know, in the spring of the year, there was a fire, and so I had, you know, fire truck after fire truck running down that road when the base was soft, and that was it. That road was absolutely shot. It was a clay subgrade, and the weight on the outside of the road pushed the middle of the road up, and we literally had to get excavators out there to remove that big hump in the middle, because cars would have got hung up on it. So you can't predict those types of events. You know, so there is no black and white answer. Yeah, maybe 5 years, maybe 8 years.
Right. Well, if we
And
do,
we had, just to be clear, we hadn't received bids on that road yet. We had a preliminary estimate, and it was 4,000 versus 6,000, so it wasn't half price. But when the contractors came and looked at, and they said, it's not gonna hold. And therefore, we were looking at increasing that price last year, but because we'd already communicated approximately 4,000 for an overlay, the number was gonna come in closer to 6,000, and we felt that was too big a jump without understanding what was gonna be done with the road. So we pulled the project last year for that reason, because it was not suitable for a simple overlay, like some of the roads that are in better condition are.
1,000.
Pardon?
I thought it was closer to 7,000.
It's 6,100.
Mr. Mayor, just to add to that, we did have well over $100,000 of patching in the budget with the overlay project. So in areas like this that were severely alligatored, some areas were worse than this, we were patching it. And you know, that's one thing where we can actually reclaim the road for a lower cost than with the patching, what we were spending on patching. And really the additional cost comes from the extra bituminous to get our 3.5 inches.
I actually feel the road on Nowden Boulevard from 22 to Old Viking Boulevard is in worse shape than Viking Boulevard. When you take that corner from 22.
It's a county road.
It's all broken out, that one's terrible.
Yeah, that's not our road though, that's the county's road.
Well, if people can tolerate that and it's worse, why can't people tolerate it the way it is with maybe an overlay? And a lot less money being spent for people.
Hank?
Mr. Mayor, just for the benefit of the group, we do assess for overlays also. So if we were to assess, if we were to move forward with an overlay project, assess those costs, that would likely be spread over 10 years. And if we did have one of those events happen in, say, year 8, we would still have one assessment still going on the properties, and then we have to do another repair. And so essentially, these property owners would be paying assessments for the next 20 years.
And that was the discussion we had last year with the contractors. They're saying that the likelihood of you're still paying for one assessment when a new assessment comes in, because the road is not gonna outlast the 10-year assessment that was in place.
Okay, just for giggles, What would it be like if we did turn it back to gravel? What is the process for that, and what is the maintenance on that? And what is the cost on that as far as what would we be having to deal with as homeowners if we had it back to gravel?
One of the biggest things, if you have friends that live on gravel roads, and I would advise you probably, what you want to do is instead of going up Old Viking, go up another block, the next road through, and take 205th and 207th and Basalt and come back through there. You'd have a better idea what a gravel road is like. Depending on conditions, depending on the base that you have, washboard is one thing. They do rattle cars to pieces. Dust is a huge part of it. One of the differences is in a lot of our gravel roads, because we have 5-acre minimums, people are all off the road quite a bit. They still complain about the dust. We do spend tens of thousands of dollars a year on dust control to try and minimize that. One of the challenges on Old Viking is because it's a historic neighborhood, most of the houses are very close to the road. You would probably not be able to open your windows in the summertime.
We wouldn't have as much traffic.
Possible.
Okay, and maintenance on it?
Maintenance, depending on, again, it's weather related, but they get gravelled on a regular basis. We haul in gravel, which again is tens of thousands of dollars. And then the roads get graded to try and minimize the washboarding and minimize the deterioration of the road. Many people in town that have gravel roads are asking about what it's going to take to blacktop them. Just because of the wear and tear on the cars, the dirt in the cars, the mud on the cars in the wintertime. And we don't salt gravel roads because you can't put the salt down into the base. So because of the shade that you see on Old Viking, it would probably be an icy road most of the winter. We can sand, but we can't salt because it deteriorates the base and turns it into
Salt
pipe.
Old Viking right now?
Yes.
You do? Okay, and I live on a strip where there's no shade, there's all shade, and so right before the driveway is.
It's very slippery. There's
Yeah.
many times in the wintertime. I can't imagine why people would want to go down that road if they're going through instead of Viking. Just in the wintertime, the shady areas are.
I think it's because of the stop signs, like what I've done is when I've been coming home from 7 to hit 47, I'll notice, because I'll turn on 47 to come down Cleary, or not Cleary, go down 47 to hit the end of Old Viking over there. And what I notice is I'm following cars that are avoiding 22 because there's a line for 22 and I'll come in, okay, and you'd be able to get through Old Viking a lot quicker. So that's probably why, until they hit the slippery spots and they decided not to. So, thanks.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Rainville.
I do live on a dirt road. I'm at the end of a cul-de-sac of just short of a mile. And then the offshoots of all of our roads are also dirt. It is dusty. And they do calcium chloride part of ours. And it probably has some effect, but not much. And as the mayor said, if you have the shade, and the very last part of our road is all shade. So if it's all ice, because it doesn't melt, and you can't put the salt on it. Go up to the mailbox and pick up our mail, and then I gotta back down, I don't know, 700 to 800 feet back down to get to a flat space till I can get it and get up enough gas to get into the driveway, and then take the chance of hitting the post in the driveway, which I've done. So, dirt roads are not always the best, so. And the maintenance is hit and miss. I know this spring there were a lot of complaints because on the dirt roads, we didn't plow after the last snow. And you can't, you brought that grader out there, you'd lose the grader in it. So sometimes they're not maintaining it in the early spring when the snow is coming.
Once you started to thaw the road surface and we
Yeah.
get a late snow in April, the big one that we had in April, we couldn't get out on the gravel roads to
We've
plow.
got dust, or boils,
Frost boil.
frost boils, where I've got, when you drive through it, it's like this, because it's just wishy, you know? So dirt roads are not the best.
So you'd have a harder time plowing than Old Viking if it was gravel. If we had snow like we did.
That's what I would say, that you've got a more level road in 205th. 207th is hilly, but they don't have the trees, but that would give you a good idea to drive those roads. And we get, you know, there's a lot of people on those roads, and we get a lot of calls on those roads, so we obviously try to do our best to maintain them. I think Xenon Street is another one we get a lot of calls on if you go up. You know, but you can see as well as we try to maintain them, that's more typical of what you're gonna see in gravel roads in this area.
One more question, I promise I'll say more. So.
Do it from your chair.
Just so that they want to come on. So why is it that the city isn't paying for the whole thing?
As Shane had said, we have 34 miles of roads, and we're trying to figure out how, in our lifetime, we can get them all done at a reasonable cost. Like I said, we thought, because the township used to charge 100% to the residents whenever they did an overlay or work on a road like that. We thought by balancing that 50-50, we could get through the roads we have in a reasonable time frame before we had to start doing them over again. Short of that, it would take a significant increase in taxes. Our levy is only about $1.7 million. And years ago, when we first did our first road study, a basic upgrade before the roads had deteriorated to where they are now was an estimated over $3 million just for that. Now this road here, back when we first did that road study years ago, this was probably a $400,000 road. Now it's $840,000. So the costs are only going to go up. Bituminous costs go up, labor rates go up. So material and labor continues to go up, and as the roads get in worse shape, the costs go up. So we would be talking about at least tripling or quadrupling our taxes just for the road portion of it. And you know, we still have law enforcement, fire, and other public services that we're providing in addition to that. So we do set aside tax money for maintenance of the road once they're back in good shape. Maintenance of the gravel roads, maintenance of the blacktop roads. So there already is tax money going into that. And 50% of the road cost would be spread about all residents, whether they live on a county road, gravel road, or blacktop road that isn't being assessed in that time period. But of those 34 square miles, or 34 miles of road, at some point, everybody who lives on a blacktop city street will have an assessment of some to pay. If we can get the roads before they deteriorate, the assessments are much less. If they get to the point where this one is, the assessments are higher. And actually, this assessment is lower than some that have gotten worse than this.
Mr. Mayor, just to add to that, you know, a lot of our city was developed in the late 1990s and early 2000s. So I don't think we've had a new development since 2003 or 2004. And we have quite a few new developments. Looking at this map here, we have Wild Rod West, Wild Rod East, Autumn Acres, Jensen Pine Woods, Rolling Hills, which we talked about tonight, Bailey Estates. We just, Autumn Acres is a big one, Milestone Ponds, we have the two Garnett Street subdivisions. That was a Verde Valley. There were a lot of developments between the mid-1990s to, say, 2003. I'd say probably over half of our road mileage is from new developments. And so we are very aware that all those roads are kind of coming on 20 years old and are going to need either overlays or reconstruction within the next, say, 5 to 10 years. So if we were to go to a 100% levy system, we'd have to factor in all those miles of roads that need that work. And there would probably, we've never ran the numbers to see exactly how high the tax jump would be, but it would be significant.
Would it have been cheaper to stay as a township?
No, because you still have to maintain your roads, whether you're a township or a city.
I didn't know that, that's why I asked.
Yep.
Yeah. It's the exact same.
Yeah, so when those developments, when their roads require maintenance, they'll be assessed the 50% share. That will keep at least your general tax portion, about the same as that it's at now.
I just feel like this is more of an informational meeting for us residents instead. It already sounds like it's made up, the decision is made, instead of us giving our voice, because you have 5 roads that you're working one bid. I don't like that. I feel like that was sneaky.
Certainly wasn't intended to be sneaky. We're competing with contractors who are very busy, contractors who have options on which roads to bid on. And the advantage to them is they can bring their equipment into a community and do a project at a more efficient rate. They know what they can buy, they know how they can move their heavy equipment around, and they can schedule. So it's more advantageous to attract more competitive bids. So there's the expectation we have a price advantage in doing this.
And why wasn't it one big meeting with all of the residents from everywhere? And why are we getting a voice? It already sounds like it's already decided.
This is our second meeting.
Not everybody can be at every meeting. We all have.
Actually, it's our third meeting, it's our second public hearing.
Okay.
Our meetings are all online. Whether, and I've had people that work nights that have called, actually from Old Viking, said, I can't go to the meetings, but I've been watching them online, and they call with their comments, they email with their comments.
And do you take those into consideration?
Absolutely. This
All
is,
5 roads?
and actually, this is the first negative we've heard in all the meetings we've had.
It's
Anybody?
because it's $6,000, man, that's enough.
It
It's
is.
not $1,500, if it was $1,500, probably, we would all be like, sure, go for it. $6,000, I think we can all kind of agree that, yeah, it's probably in rough shape, yeah, probably gravel, maybe not a good thing, like you're saying. But 6,000, can we get away? I mean, let's face it, I mean, I love our neighbors, but the Rushing Show uses that road 50 times more than my new 4-cylinder car. And I have $6,000, I mean, you gotta find a way to spread that out. I think that's what most people are complaining about. That's a huge amount of money. For somebody that drives
And while,
10
yes,
trips a week, that's it.
compared to a homeowner, they're paying just short of $20,000. So it's not equivalent to, or percentage-wise, what you're paying for your 4-cylinder car and what they're paying for their big show in August.
What are their property taxes?
I really don't know.
Are they as a residential, single family, or as a working farm?
As far as I know, they're a business, but I couldn't tell you for sure.
Is the lot in the corner paved? I don't have the map to tell you which one, but right here in the corner are 5 and
Yes.
Old Viking. Are they paved
Yes,
for one?
yes. They have one PIN number there.
Yes, 33.
33.
Does this project go all the way to 47?
Yes.
How did you come up with the 6%?
The percentage rate that we expect the bonds to be sold at, and the state mandates the 2% additional to that, whatever the bonds come in at, we have to pay additional 2% or collect 2%. I think the logic behind that is
It's not in the 429 statute that we're using for the basis for this assessment. It's in the bonding statute. And it says, cities and towns, if you want to bond, you have to have a little bit of a cushion. It's mandated by state law. And it says basically you have to be about 2 percentage points over whatever your amount you borrow is. And since we haven't borrowed the money yet, hence the Ellers representative that's here later tonight, we had to estimate what that would be. And we are basing it on past experience. So if we get a better rate, when the bonds are sold, and the bonds come in at a good competitive rate, and we get a lower interest rate, then the past practice of the council is to lower that. But we can't raise it after tonight, after this public hearing, because this is what we've told you, but we always have the ability to lower things. And so that's the reason for the 6%. And that's the rationale behind it. The statute dealing with these 429 assessments gives it complete discretion to the city to determine what the interest rate would be. What we have always used as the city to give you guys the most competitive thing is what we have to do under the law in order to be able to acquire the bonds that we need to sell in order to finance our portion of this is that. And so 6% would be the maximum. We're hoping that the interest rate comes in lower, but I won't know that right now. So and I'm not sure when the sale would, if we go forward with this project, when the sale would be, then we'd actually know what the interest rate would be. Think of it 2 percentage points over whatever that amount is, but it can't be higher than 6%.
6% total, or 6% base interest?
I don't know, did I understand your question?
Oh, was that 6%, it would be the, 6% would be the highest that it could be assessed to us then? That would be
Correct.
the highest rate?
Yes.
And that includes the 2%, so
Yes.
it wouldn't be 8%?
If, in order to change anything, we have to go through this whole hearing process and everything again. But in this case, I think Eller's representative is here. I think given what we have seen other people with our bond rating and what, for other projects of a similar nature, what they have been able to borrow the money at, what the interest rate that they've been able to get, I think we should fall within that. Otherwise, we would have been more conservative when we gave you the notice.
So we're estimating a bond rate of 4%, and then with that 2%. If it comes in slightly under, the city council could pass those savings on to the residents.
So is it just to the individuals at the city?
Stuff I planned to do.
I'm gonna go out and raise my windows.
Yeah.
Is there a way that we could have the city come up with a different, like a 70-30 or something, so it wouldn't be such a burden on? Because I think it'd be just stupid to turn an entire road into gravel, because that's just gonna be a mess. You know, dust and dirt and rubble and bumps.
Muddy after the rain.
Ain't there a way that the city could come up some way that'd be less for us? I mean, everybody uses that road. I mean, if we're the only people using that road, I think it'd be fair, but we ain't the only one. Everybody's using it. Trucks, semis, I mean, you know, it's just, I don't know. Come up with something. That's all.
Toll road. 50
That's
times more.
That's not country, though. That's not country, yeah. Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Rainville.
To Mr. Nelson's comment, you know, we talked about how do we want to do this? What's the fairest way to do it? And under the old township rules, the homeowner paid 100%. As a council, we collectively said, that's not right. But what is fair? And we looked at doing frontage versus PIDs. That's a hard one because you're penalized if you have more frontage on the road than your neighbor, even though you're just using your one driveway in and out all day. You know, I'm at the end of the cul-de-sac. I'd be 100% in favor of the frontage on the road because I got about 10 feet. Or 30, I mean, it's barely nothing, but I use that whole road to get to home. And so by going by PID number, that was the fairest way to do it. And we agreed on the 50% because that was something that we could handle financially. Now, we're just 11 years old as a city. We are learning, we are growing, we've suffered some pains, but I think we're doing well. And we are learning now that we need to start planning for the future. Shane has been really instrumental in keeping us on with roads and a road plan and what is best, you know, what should we do this year, what should we do next year, starting to look forward to what those prices are, what do we have to put away. You know, it would be wonderful if at some point we would be able to get back to less of a donation by the residents, not a donation, a payment, you know, assessment by the residents, but we're not there yet. And 50/50 was the fairest way to do it. You know, there are some residents that, you know, Shane had said the roads went in, majority of our roads went in 1990 to 2003 with minimal or no road standards. So there are some subdivisions that have paid assessments twice on their road at 100% because it was still under the township. So we're trying to get away from that, and by advanced planning, looking at the deterioration of the roads, what we can do now to help us down the road, we're trying, and I think we've done a good job on it. We decided to bid this all together because that would give lower prices for the whole project, and that was a benefit that we thought would be received well by the residents, instead of bidding them out individually, having all different contractors in and out possibly.
Well, there's a lot more costs with administration and engineering and a lot of
Yeah,
different
yeah.
fees that go with that as well, so.
When are you guys going to make a decision? When's your decision date? Anita Swanson.
Well, it could be as early as tonight, could be as late as our next council meeting.
And when is the next council meeting?
That is June 11th.
So we will be notified via letter? How will we be notified? What the decision is?
It'll come out in meeting minutes, I don't know. Typically, if we send out notices to residents.
We don't. It's not required under state law, and I don't know of anybody that does it. It would be.
So it'll be by meeting minutes, basically, if we go and read your meeting minutes?
Yep,
On the website?
yep, they'll be on the website.
Okay.
Don't you think it'd be beneficial if you waited for the gas to come through with all our heavy equipment on the road? Before you started the road?
The gas equipment,
Well, when they put in the lines and stuff, and using that heavy trucks and stuff, then they would be driving on the road.
no, it's typically smaller trucks. I mean, they're drilling lines on the right of way in the ditches, so.
They'll have big trucks.
Well, it should be
Their ditch
probably,
witch is probably 40,000 pounds.
What is that? That is on Old Viking
Machine
too.
that
Yeah.
pulls the line.
Yep, that's what they're talking about going through this year too.
Okay. And they know that we're doing this, because I was at one of the meetings, and we talked about you need to coordinate.
So I would think the gas should go in first before
Yeah,
the road.
and I think they wanted to start in June. If they got, yeah, yeah. So, I mean,
I think they want to get those hooked up as soon as possible.
yeah.
And the contractor knows that that's coming too, so.
And Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Rainville.
And as far as notice to the residents, one of the things we talked about in some of the earlier public hearings is that the city will be sending out a letter to all residents asking you if you would be willing to provide your email address, and we will update you with construction updates. The emails are not shared. It's covered by data practice. And then we'll also ask you if you'd like to stay on the email list to receive the city agendas, meeting minutes, any other notices that they send out, so you'd have that. There'll be that communication tool.
Have you made your mind up?
We have not yet taken a vote, no.
We have not had the discussion. Obviously, we've had 5 public hearings tonight.
Is there a reason why this road could not be a cul-de-sac to avoid, people are using it as if it's 22, you know, it's like old habit, as you said, it was originally the only road, and the habit has not been broken. And I think people would feel a little bit better about all of this if we weren't so inundated with other people that don't live in the neighborhood.
It is not lengthwise, it's about 3.5 miles long. It well exceeds any cul-de-sac, allowable cul-de-sac there.
Divided in two.
Other discussion? Anybody else?
If this does pass, so can we somehow make a petition or something to make it a 5-ton road and a speed limit of 40 or something? It's a city street, why can't we? I mean, I don't know. Then
You
that
can
would
make the
help a lot.
petition, you know, when we mentioned lower speed limit here, I'm watching all these heads shake, no. You know, I expected that, again, at the previous meeting that we had, public hearing, there seemed to be a large number of people that like the idea of a lower speed limit. Tonight's the first time we've talked about tonnage being different. Certainly, if the residents want to consider that, we would consider it as a council, whatever's within our legal authority to do. But I'll guarantee you that some people out in the road are not going to like a lower tonnage. And from what I'm watching heads nod tonight, there's going to be people on the road that don't like lower speed limit. But I do think that you know, when you have a residential city street, that makes sense to me. You know, if we're going to try and avoid having people use that road instead of going out in the county road where they can go faster, where they can haul heavier loads, because that's what the road's built for. And if they're sneaking through the back way for some reason, now, you're not going to stop people that are coming up on roads that come off of Old Viking from still using it to get to their residences. But to pass through traffic, yeah. On a city street, that doesn't make sense to me, but.
Are you gonna charge the pipeline?
The pipeline
Coke,
for,
the assessment? They own the right of way right there. They got 2 lines running through the property.
but they're not,
They're
property
right there on
owners.
Old Viking.
Hmm?
They're right there on Old Viking.
Right, but they do not own property on the,
No,
On the county
pipeline
records?
runs right underneath the road. So are they held liable? Because they have their equipment coming in to do anomalies or whatever it might be.
Mr. Mayor, they don't own real property, they have an easement
Easement.
over somebody else's property. So the property under which they have an easement is being assessed.
But it's their
At-
pipeline.
Right, we can't assess
Easements.
Of
easements.
course. Thank you.
anything else?
I think the biggest sticking point, the way it sounded to me, is everybody's not for progress, R, et cetera, but it's the 6% that I think stops everybody, and 6% per year, that's another $360. In order to get that, you got to earn $8,400, if I figure halfway decent. You know, that's a pretty big piece to bite off. Somehow, I think that some of these other gents and ladies said, maybe, is there any way we can set up something 70-30, I heard, and have the council put up a bond, or like you suggested, maybe get 4%, that would even help. But for 10 years, every 6%, that's a chunk.
Again, it's a simple interest based on the remaining balance. So, and right now, that's a number we can't exceed. If the bond does come in lower than that, obviously, we can have a lower interest rate.
Well, like he says, some of us are vets, some guys just moved out here, and they're living paycheck to paycheck, where are they gonna come up with $8,400? You gotta earn that first, in order to pay the $6,300. That's the problem, I think that most people are having.
I agree with what you're saying, very much so. I want to hear more about the lower tonnage on the road, as to would that lower our price?
Nope.
So you just put a sign up and say, look.
Put the sign up at least.
Go on to this job, Jeff.
You know, it's generally a good job. I mean, you're never gonna keep everybody happy, because, like I said, this is the first blowback we've had, and we've been doing this for months.
Let's have a vote now and see what happens.
Yeah, but all the people who were here at the previous meeting voted the other way, that's the problem.
Did we outnumber them?
I don't know, I don't think so.
How about this?
You have to take that up with them. So yeah, this is really, you know, we probably had the equivalent number. Obviously, with 66 homes on Old Viking, we had good turnout before, and
Well, you just try and make it equitable, that's right.
and so for all the people that liked it, and I mean, last time there was enthusiasm for a lower speed limit, and talking to individuals, not everybody's excited about that.
Just sharpen your pencil, Jeff, that's all.
Can you put that on the line so we can listen to that?
They're all online, they're all on YouTube, all our meetings are online.
We can hear all this positiveness?
Meeting adjourned, let's go. It's done.
Here, the suit top now?
All right, does anybody else want to say anything? So yes, you're never going to keep everybody happy. It's a challenge to try. We try and be as equitable as we can.
Are you going to try and change it?
Try and change what?
The amount of money?
The bids have been received. So
Overlay?
So that part we won't be able to change, no. The idea of putting an overlay on a road that would need to be assessed while an assessment's still in place doesn't make sense to us as a council. If that road isn't gonna last long enough for this assessment to be done before another assessment is necessary, that doesn't make sense.
So I get the feeling the reason I'm here tonight was to express my opinion, but the opinion and the decision has already been made. And that makes me feel like this is really not very constitutional.
Decision has not been made. We are still weighing the facts. We have yet to hear from our bonding agent. And then as a council, we'll have to discuss what we want to do. But it's clearly noted that the residents who showed up tonight, since nobody spoke in favor of it, would appear that this many residents are opposed to it. They can live with the way it is. And we'll take that into consideration. Does that make sense to the city as a whole or not?
Mr. Mayor, I'm just curious, how many properties are represented tonight? I mean, we can generally count, but so one hand per property owner, please. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Other people have left.
So about 15 property owners here tonight.
How many meetings have you had on this?
3.
3? Is this the fourth or third one?
Third one.
To today I straightened out that no one had notified me. I had not received any mail, even though we're using the thing, and I straightened it out with your secretary. So for me, this is my first notification, because I learned from someone else and I called today. That's why I'm here.
All right. If there's no additional information, we will close the public hearing. Chris, come join us.
Mayor and council members.
Guys, would you take it outside? We still have a meeting going on here. Thank you.
So I am Chris Nicholson with Ehlers and Associates. Myself and my colleague Bruce Kimmel are the municipal advisors for the city. We have had a number of meetings for the road improvement projects I've discussed last year and now back again this year. We, in advance of this meeting, we prepared a pre-sale report, and that was sent to, Lori, did you have an opportunity to distribute this to the?
I did not.
Do you know if Ellen did?
Yes, she did.
She did, okay.
Did she?
When was that?
When did you get that?
I got one, let's see.
Oh, it's online?
It was sent. The 14th. Today?
Today?
I got it from the deputy clerk.
What time?
4:54.
I don't have it today.
I don't have
Well,
it.
it couldn't be today because she was gone at 4:30.
It says to Dan, Jeff, Linda, Mary, Lori. Today.
It's not on mine.
Mine either.
Yeah.
She sent packets for the hearing,
Yeah, I got those.
but that's not that.
There's pre-sale report.
Okay, that one. What time did that one come out?
Get it?
3:30.
3:30.
4 days ago, on the 10th of May.
Sorry. 4 days ago.
We got it 4 days ago?
Yes.
Okay.
What day is that, the 10th?
10th. Yeah.
Ah, there it is.
What does it look like? Let me see. What's it under?
We got 2 emails from the deputy clerk.
I don't have, that goes
We have
like,
to go back further. The 10th.
here's one, is that Friday? This?
Nope.
This one? Assessment hearings?
Yeah, open up this, that one, open up that one.
Oh, there.
Go to the bottom. There you go, the middle one there. Yep, that's it.
All right, we did get it. Thank you. Good job.
So that was on Friday?
Yeah. There were 2 emails, it should have been the earlier one.
Assessment agenda.
All right. now we have what you're looking at.
Okay, so in front of you is
I
our
wish that would've
pre-sale
been in there.
report for the proposed 2019 A bond financing. This would be a par amount of $1,250,000. General obligation improvement bonds, Series 2019 A. As your attorney referenced a little bit ago, this would be using the 429 statute because at least 20% of the project would be special assessed. The purpose of the financing is for the 5 street improvement projects: Granite Street, Hollis Street, Meadows of Verde Valley, Old Viking Boulevard, and Rolling Hills. And debt service is paid from a combination of 50% special assessments and ad valorem property tax on the entire city. In the authority section, again, 429 is the primary statutory authority here, as well as the general bonding authority of Chapter 475. And the term and call feature section, you can see the term being proposed here would be 10.5 years, that's 10 principal payments, the final principal payment being in 2030. And the first interest payment would begin on February 1st of 2020. That would be semi-annual.
2021.
The first interest payment would be 2020. The first principal payment would be 2021.
Oh, sorry.
Yep. And the call date proposed would be February 1st of 2027 for that February 1st, 2028 maturity and annual maturity thereafter. These bonds would be, it's called bank qualified, which it's kind of an arcane piece of tax language, but it basically allows banks to deduct their cost of carry when they're buying bonds. Basically what it translates to is a lower borrowing cost for the city, because banks have that deduction ability with purchase of any tax exempt debt under $10 million annually for any city. Nowland currently has a AA+ rating through Standard & Poor's, and so with as strong a credit rating as the city currently has, that would lend itself very well to a competitive sale approach. And so that's what we're recommending here for this proposed debt issuance. We would also obtain a rating for this new bond issue, and in so doing, S&P would not only rate the 2019 A bonds, but they would also reevaluate the city's credit rating as a whole and likely affirm the city's AA+ rating. Basic recommendation would just be that, you know, this is city's past practice, this is GFOA recommended best practice. This would, competitive sale approach would yield the lowest possible borrowing cost, the lowest interest rate to the city. And having a call date at February 1st, 2027 would maintain the option for prepayment without really having any concern of an interest rate penalty. Sometimes if you're making bonds callable too early, you can be penalized with a higher interest rate, and we don't foresee that with call date on February 1st, 2027. Method of sale placement, I briefly touched on this, but we would utilize the broad nationwide bond market for a bond issue of this size. Something, you know, more in the 800,000 ballpark might lend itself to a limited sale process where you're only leveraging, you know, regional banks. But for a bond issue of this size, it would lend itself best to a full competitive sale approach with the official statement, the offering document, which we would assist the city in preparing. Premium pricing is something that, you know, at 10 o'clock at night, it's maybe something that you're not really interested in hearing about. But the idea behind premium pricing is we've been in a low interest rate environment for a number of years. Underwriters have a difficult time marketing bonds that are yielding 1%, 1.5%. And so for them to be able to put a higher coupon on the bonds, you know, 3% coupons, 4% coupons, they price the bonds above par, above 100. And that allows the bonds to have a higher coupon while only yielding, say, you know, 1% to the end investor. What that means to the city is on the day of sale, you will likely get a premium bid, which means that your sale won't yield 1.25 million. It will instead yield probably 1.4 million, 1.45 million, maybe 1.35 million. And you'll have the option on that day, and we'll be in contact with you on that day, assuming this moves forward. What do you want to do with that premium? And your two options simply are to either use the premium to reduce the size of the bond issue. So instead of a 1.25 million par amount, now you're at maybe a 1.1 million par amount, and the other 150 comes from, from the premium that's received. The other option being you can retain all of that premium, although it's not free money, it's money that's borrowed at the same interest rate that you're borrowing the other 1.25 million at. So again, the main point here is on the day of sale, we'll be in touch with the city as to what you would like to see done, assuming a premium bid is received, which is likely to be the case. No refunding opportunities currently on any outstanding debt for the city. The bonds will be subject to limited disclosure because this is over $1 million, but the city has less than $10 million in outstanding debt. So that just means that your financial statements will be reported annually to the Securities and Exchange Commission. That's something that you're already doing and we would continue doing for the city. And maybe the most important thing to point out on this third page here is that no prepaid special assessments are assumed currently. And so if many prepaid special assessments are received, then there may need to be adjustments made in terms of how ultimately the levy is impacted relative to that. But assuming a flood of prepaid assessments does not occur, then that should not be an issue. And in summary, the options here would be to either accept this pre-sale report, modify, the assumptions here, table it for another council meeting. Assuming you're prepared to move forward this evening, there is a resolution attached at the end of this report, and we can go over that. I should briefly touch on the sources and uses, though it's probably going to be very difficult to see on your electronic devices given that it's pretty small type even on the paper copies, so I'll just maybe summarize quickly. The first page that looks like this is what we call the sources and uses, and that really lays out each of the 5 projects, the bonds that will be received, the bond proceeds that will be received for each of them, and then less underwriter's discount, which is what an underwriter pays themselves for making the market in this transaction, cost of issuance, which would be our fee, bond counsel's fee, and the rating, S&P, their fee. Contingency is basically what's left over relative to what Shane had provided for the cost estimates, and then project construction fund ties to, again, what Shane provided for all projects combined, as well as each of the individual 5 projects, what's needed to finance this. Next page is the issue summary. That's the issue in its entire 1.25 million amount. Most importantly here is that estimated true interest cost. As of May 7th, the TIC was estimated at 2.58%. And I will say too, that's with the addition of 25 basis points of cushion. We do that because these numbers were run on May 7th. The bond sale wouldn't be projected or wouldn't be assumed to occur until June 11th. And so with that over 1 month's time frame, you don't know what the market's going to do in a month. So to err on the side of caution, we assume the market might move a little bit up. If the market remains flat between now and then, or if the market actually goes down, which the market has gone down in the last couple of months, then that TIC would, could potentially be lower than that 2.58% assumed. I will say we did a bond sale for Waseca County last week, and they are a AA rated credit, not a AA plus, so they're 1 notch below now then. 10-year bond issue, and that got 2.04% interest rate. So it wouldn't be unheard of for this bond issue, again, assuming the market stays relatively calm or even continues its slight downward trend. This 2.58%, it might be more like 2.5 or even a little bit below that. So the question this evening of 6%, I think that more likely it's probably going to be more in the 4.5 ballpark ultimately. certainly within 5%, I would say. And then the next handful of pages, the first one is just the summary, including the assessments portion. There you can see the 50-50 split, and each of the 5 following pages just show project by project. So it's the same concept where you're seeing, you know, each of the same columns, and seeing that 50-50 split for each of those 5 projects. And then the final page included is the draft resolution, and what this does is it would authorize us to move forward with this 2019A bond sale. It would set the award for 7 p.m. at the June 11th, 2019 meeting, and it would give us our marching orders to prepare the official statement with the city's assistance, and we would have that bond sale the morning of June 11th and come here that evening with the sale results. But again, this can be modified, certainly can be tabled for a later date. And with that, I'm happy to yield for any questions or whatever next steps.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Bryan.
Question, Chris, regarding the bonds. Now, you were saying before that we're assuming that there's no, at least at this point in time, we're assuming that there's no prepaids. Because the prepaid would lower the amount that we'd actually be bonding for, right? Okay.
That's right, yeah.
So is this also assuming that the city's not putting in any money towards the bond up front?
That's correct. That's correct. So the sources and uses page, which lays out, you know, it's that first page that looks like this. If the city were to be contributing cash to the project, then that would show up as a source, and it would be referred to as issuer equity contribution. And so say the city was prepared to use $200,000 of cash, then this bond amount would be offset by that $200,000. And so it would be a $1,050,000 par amount and a $200,000 cash contribution that would ultimately net, you know, the same proceeds to the PCF, to the Project Construction Fund.
So what, as far as getting a bond, as far as getting the best rate, what are the pros and cons for the city to pay money up front for a project like this?
Well, you know, the main pro would be a lower principal amount equals lower interest over time. Con would be assuming that cash is invested, then you are foregoing any interest income that cash is earning while it's sitting in whatever investments it's in currently. Additionally, you know, con would be once you spend that cash, then it's gone. And so if, you know, that was, you know, sitting in cash reserves for any sort of emergency situation, an emergency situation were to occur, then it you know, may not be available. But yeah, I mean, to reduce the size of the issue, assuming the cash is available to do so, is certainly, you know, worth considering, or at least worth doing that, you know, that cost benefit analysis.
Shane?
Just real quick, I'll just follow on that question. So Chris, one of my clients does, you know, they do road projects every year, but they only bond every third year. And the thought behind that is they never want to have any more than 3 bonds outstanding. And so in that third year, their bonding year, even though they might have some cash available, I think they retain that cash and bond for the full project amount so that they can carry that cash over into the following 2 years and not have to bond those years. Can you talk a little bit, like if we, this is only a portion of our deficient roads.
Sure, yep.
And next year, there will be other roads being considered for either overlays or reconstructions. If it's a smaller amount, say if the total project cost is only $200,000 or maybe it's $500,000, is that cost effective to sell in the bond market? Just talk a little bit about that aspect.
Yeah, it's a very good question. So what you're touching on are really the 2 broad concepts to municipal project finance. One being pay-as-you-go, and the other being pay-as-you-use. So the pay-as-you-go approach would be, using round numbers, if you say $100,000 is saved annually, and at the end of that third year, you now have $300,000 of cash that you can apply to a $300,000 project. You've done that without selling bonds, without issuing debt. You've done it entirely, with cash, and you've paid as you've gone along. There's not necessarily anything wrong. There's nothing wrong with that approach. It's a good approach. The drawback to that approach is you're making really previous residents and current residents pay for something that's going to have a useful life of 20 years or more. And that's where the pay-as-you-use approach is considered a more equitable approach, although you do incur an interest expense by issuing bonds. The pay-as-you-use approach would be this approach, where you sell bonds and annually debt service levy is collected, and that money is used to repay the debt for a road that's continually being used. So the taxpayers that continue to use the road are continuing to pay for the road. Again, the drawback to that is there's an interest cost incurred. Here it's 2.5% or so. But the drawback to the pay-as-you-go approach is you're foregoing that opportunity to earn interest on any cash reserves you have in investments. Now, it may be, although short-term rates have definitely come up and long-term rates are relatively quite low, 10-year rates, 20-year rates are still higher than 1-year rates, 2-year rates. So your investments are probably not going to earn the same yield that your long-term bond rates are going to be costing. But even still, it shouldn't be seen as, using cash as like a free approach because there's no interest expense. You are foregoing interest earnings by doing that. And so by doing what you've suggested that some cities do, is really just a blending of those two approaches, where they're both paying as they go with cash that they're stocking away, and then when they have enough cash they use that, and then they're also bonding. And the logic behind not wanting to have any more than 3 debt issues outstanding at any one time, that's probably mostly a political, maybe like a perception type of thing. Maybe the board is, or the council is wanting to, I guess I just mean to say, without knowing the specifics of their circumstances, that's not necessarily something that their rating agency is going to, penalize if you have 4 or 5 bond issues out rather than 3. Obviously, it depends on the par amount. But
And if, let's say next year, the road project total is $400,000, is that a large enough amount to bond again?
Sure, the second part of your question, I'm sorry for forgetting about that part.
Sorry?
Where it seems to, the tipping point seems to be at about 800,000 is where anything above that, you're probably going to want to go full bond market, full rating, full competitive sale. Anything under that, you're looking now at a limited competitive process where instead of leveraging the nationwide bond market, you're putting together a significantly smaller offering document, preliminary term sheet, and you're distributing that to local and regional banks and getting bids from them, rather than the larger investment banks buying the bonds and then turn around and selling them to their investors. What the local and regional banks do is they buy the bonds and they actually hold them for the term, and until the bonds mature. In terms of an interest rate or additional cost associated with that, it actually, I would say the competitive bond market is more of a science. You can track these interest rates very, very closely on a daily basis. That limited competitive market is a little bit more of an art, and it's a little bit more of a feeling out and reaching out to banks on a one-to-one basis and figuring out, is this something you're competitive or you're comfortable submitting a bid on. But certainly, we do, primarily for township clients, we, all the time, somewhere between, 300,000 to 800,000. We call them bond issues, although they're not technically bonds, because they're not securities. They're not, being cut up and sold to investors. At that point, they're really just bank loans. But yeah, there's absolutely a competitive market for that too.
In my experience, I've seen that those has slightly higher interest rates, maybe.
Typically, yeah, and that's kind of what I was getting at and saying the competitive, full national market is more of a science and that's more of an art. I have seen cases where, it happened in Worthington actually, in the city of Worthington. They were doing this project and the bank couldn't donate to the project for one reason or another. And so basically their donation was, they bid on the bonds, but they put a very low interest rate on the bond issue. So that was in effect their donation. In rare cases like that, they are definitely, performing better than what the nationwide bond market is doing. But yeah, those cases are more few and far between.
Sure.
And even though it's not technically a bond, the residents would see it as a bond. Still see it as outstanding debt.
Exactly, yep.
Mr. Mayor, one other question.
Yes, sir.
Chris, with the schedule that you have, assuming a June 11th sale date, when would bond proceeds actually be available for use?
So typically, the closing date is somewhere in the ballpark of 3 weeks after the sale date. And so
First week of July.
In the municipal bond market, almost always the closing date, the dated date, and the delivery date are all the same date. And basically what that means in a nutshell is that's when the bonds begin accruing interest, and that's when the issuer receives their proceeds. Yep, so we're projecting, the estimated closing date for this would actually be June 27th. And the reason why we're going a little bit early is because we want to avoid that week of the July 4th week. And so we try to close on bond issues from Tuesdays to Thursdays, so that June 27th is the last Thursday before the 4th week.
So if we start accruing interest at that point, and we aren't requiring it of the residents until August or September, we're just covering that ourselves.
Yes.
That being said, with the 2% over tick, if you look at the debt service schedules, while they are close, assessments are paying as the way it's estimated currently a little bit more over the life of it, and so that likely would be a balancing mechanism there.
All right, any questions for Chris?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Rainville.
I have a question. So if we were to vote tonight to move forward with this and move forward with the sale of the bonds, so we are just looking at accruing interest sooner or not? Or
So the way we have it scheduled currently, if we received direction, if I received direction this evening to quote unquote set the sale for that June 11th date, then the interest would begin accruing, the bond proceeds would be received on that June 27th date, on or around, it might be a day or two before then, but right around that June 27th date. If the council wanted to table this discussion until the June 11th council meeting, then you would just shift this filing. And there's certainly on our end, we have no issue with that.
okay. And so for me then, so it's really two different things then. We can move to move forward with this project tonight at the council meeting in June, move forward with the, requesting the sale of the bond.
That's right.
Okay.
Shane?
Maybe not.
Councilmember
Depends on when you
Rainville-
need the money.
Yeah, that
Okay.
assumes that we
Okay.
have some money in the reserves, that
Okay.
if the project starts, if you were to award tonight, it usually takes about 2 weeks to get contracts in order. But theoretically, they could start construction 1st of June.
Okay.
And they would definitely not, construct the entire contract amount within a month. But if they are slower right now, which generally paving contractors are in the spring of the year, there could be a substantial amount of work done by the end of June, which would come to you at your July council meeting for payment.
And to Shane's point too, while procedurally, you do have two actions in front of you tonight. You have, approval of the project and also approval of setting the bond sale. In all actuality, unless you have, $1 million plus of cash on hand, then if you approve a $1.3 million project, then you basically are, again, unless another funding source is available, indirectly, you are basically saying,
we will bond.
We'll move forward with this issue too.
Lori, how much money we got in the bank?
I don't have the account information with me. But I believe it's just.
Well, anything we would pull from something else to possibly face a penalty for pulling it sooner, so.
And something the city can do also is reimburse with bond proceeds from this issue, so any costs that you incur, the window is actually 18 months. So assuming you issue bonds, your first progress payment might be in a month or so. So assuming you issue bonds between a month from now and 19 months from now, you can use proceeds from that to, reimburse cash that's used to make those payments.
Mr. Mayor, I apologize. I was trying to look up some other information while we were going, because I know we talked about this in November, that we were planning at that time to put a big hunk down, like at that time, the project was larger, but we were planning on putting $300,000 down at that time. So I was just trying to look up that to verify what we had. We do have a road improvement fund.
Was cash used to pay for one entire project?
Last year.
And then that, so is this a different cash source above and beyond what was used for that project last year?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, same road improvement fund.
Yep.
That balance at the end of April was over $1 million. Because I know we did transfer a large portion last year, and in addition into our regular amount, so. Just for number-wise, for discussion anyway.
Sure. And we certainly have, we have no issue with reducing the size of the bonds, assuming that's direction received from the council.
I can totally see your point. There's certainly more road work and repairs and maintenance that needs to occur. So I can, when you've explained the two different theories or thoughts, I did understand both of them. So it's just a matter of how all that plays out and what's best for us.
Certainly.
If we were to reduce it by $300,000 though, what's the chance of getting a higher interest rate though, by going down in our amount we're asking for?
Yeah, I think reducing this by $300,000, it still is a good candidate for a competitive sale, full OS rating, all of that, and in so doing, I wouldn't expect any sort of issue with interest rate increasing. We do see on the really big bond issues, 50 million, 60 million, schools, some of those could be 200 million. That's where we might get 15, 16, 17 bids on those really big bond issues. On smaller bond issues, admittedly, it's fewer bids. It's maybe more in the 3 to 6 ballpark. But going from 950 to 1.2 million, I don't think you're going to get 3 bids on the 950 and 6 bids on the 1.2 million. I think you're probably looking at 4 or 5 bids for either scenario.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Bryan.
I guess, part of that thought would be if we used some of that, if this is possible, I don't exactly know. We knew when we did the project last year that we had, several residents who did decide to prepay. If that came in, part of this paying up front would, if my logic is somewhat correct, kind of covering some of that prepay part. If we need to issue the bond now, that might be another way to look at it, and then we would, in essence, I don't know how this is gonna be a challenge, I don't know how Lori would do this from an accounting standpoint, but in essence, reimburse the road and bridge fund,
With
the
that
road improvement
prepay.
fund with the prepays. I don't know how all that would work. And it certainly wouldn't necessarily be all of it, but it, could very well be a sizable amount of it.
And while we did say that we were putting some into the road and bridge, so we could contribute to these types of projects, just looking at Joe's list of blown up roads right now, trying to keep Rogers Lake from torches and
I was
pitchforks.
just there today,
There's some patches we have to do to get them through to the point where they become future road projects. But just keep them together that long. So, I think there's 2 things that we have to have a discussion. It's unfortunate, this is the first we've heard any blowback from this neighborhood tonight. And the fact that nobody contacted the city, somebody who doesn't even live here yet did most of the talking, not having a clue what goes on in a city like this. But there did seem to be certainly blowback from maybe 15 households out of 66.
Mr. Mayor, let's give them 20 for the few people that walked out. Let's say 20 families. It's still 20 out of 66, a third. If we were to go by sheer numbers, it's not a majority. It's not a simple majority. So majority chose to stay home, which means
It's just unfortunate the way it's presented is, it's like, we didn't express them like we did to the others, that they have a legal method of stopping it and using the guilt, oh, you guys have already made up your mind, and we had the meeting to listen and to say the way it was presented. You could, if you want to protest it, then put it in writing here tonight and take us to court. But yeah, it's unfortunate because the other 4 went pretty well for the people that showed up. And to kill all 5 of them is a tough pill to swallow. Knowing how many complaints we've had on the road. It's kind of like all of a sudden, no, we're fine, go back to gravel. Well, don't go back to gravel, but don't do anything.
I'm wondering how many, I heard 2, maybe 3 of the property owners say that they would be acceptable with the road going back to gravel. I think the other, if there was
And they were all related.
15 or 20, I think they were just more concerned with the cost. I mean, that's what I heard tonight.
Yes.
And just addressing that for a minute, again, we package this up as a larger project, which not only saves on labor and mobilization, but also these contractors send this project out to the material suppliers. So that's the bituminous mixtures, the aggregate products, all of our supplies receive lower bid prices because it's packaged in a in a larger project. You know, I don't see this project ever getting cheaper. And so if they're not happy with the proposed assessment amount now, if we wait 2 years or 4 years, in my opinion, that cost is gonna be higher. I mean, there could be a couple of factors that happen that would change that, but unless something real drastic happens, this project is gonna continue to get more expensive over time. So really, the only option for lowering the assessment would be for the city to somehow buy that assessment down. And that's something that the city, you could still consider, but there's a whole equity,
Right. To add to Shane's point, you know, for a number of reasons, interest rates have actually gone down in the last number of months. I know the refrain has been, the interest rates are gonna have to rise eventually, right? Interest rates are gonna have to rise. I think, and you can't predict the future, so I can't say what interest rates are gonna do, but I think that eventually they will have to rise, because how long can you be in this incredibly low interest rate environment? Historically, you know, this just doesn't happen. So, you know, not only do, you know, project costs go up, but borrowing costs certainly in time will likely go up. And packaging 5 projects together creates a $1.25 million par amount. That makes this a good candidate for a full competitive sale, where you get to leverage a AA+ bond rating. I mean, that's one notch below the best possible rating, period. I mean, you're one notch below the state of Minnesota, so you're one notch below the federal government. So to be able to borrow at that, you know, with that credit quality, that's really a benefit to the city. By separating these projects out, you're now either, your only option is to use cash, because the projects aren't big enough to use any type of borrowing, or if you do use some type of borrowing, if you're borrowing for each of these projects individually, you're incurring issuance costs on every single one of those. And now issuance costs have eaten the thing up. So to do what you've done here for a myriad of reasons makes the most sense.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilor Blake.
Seems to me that what I kept hearing over and over is the threshing show is a big issue for these people. Is there any possibility, this PIN number thing and all that I get, but is there any possibility that they could incur more costs, because the use and the way it's hard on the roads and all the big tractors and combines or whatever all goes over there on this road, and it seems like they feel there should be more PIN numbers than 3 for the threshing show. And so, I don't know, I'm just throwing out an idea, maybe there's some way that these people would be a little happier if we could.
Not at this point, Mr. Mayor. At this point, we have made the decision to do it basically by parcel, PIN number. But each individual parcel is that, there's many different ways of doing it, which, you know, the lady from St. Paul was talking about road frontage. Well, yes, in St. Paul, they do it by road frontage, but there's many different ways. There's 4, 5, 6 different ways. Yeah, there's all kinds of different ways. Here, out in more rural area, we typically do it by parcel, because typically everybody uses the road kind of about the same. They're complaining about the threshing show. They are paying 3 assessments. I don't know enough about the threshing show, about how often they use the roads and stuff. Maybe they have a period of really big activity, but the rest of the time it probably doesn't. So, I mean, it probably averages out, but we haven't gone down that path. If you were, if you're looking at this stuff sort of in the future and making it, if you're gonna do it now, we'd have to go back and redo all these hearings and everything, and we don't wanna do that. In the future, if you were looking at other options, we could go through with you all the various options you have, and you would decide which one of these meets your needs. It may, you know, maybe one of these you think is more equitable to residents than another. What you can do in some situations is look at a lot that might have 40 acres, and you don't look at that as a parcel, you look at that as how many parcels could that be divided up into? So if it's four, you can maybe divide that up into 4 lots, well, they get 4 assessments. But again, there's different ways of doing this. You guys would have to look at it. That's not how we approached this one. So it's too late to go back.
Well, and on the threshing show, currently, they're on record of having 3 PIN numbers. Somebody mentioned tonight, and I don't know how much is factual, that they own lot 4 now too.
Mr. Mayor and the council, John Wetter, I'm the new president of the Netherlands Historical Power Association.
Welcome.
And would like to say, yes, we do have the 3 pins right now. We've been in a very lengthy process of acquiring another piece of land, which would be that 4th pin. That is not final. We still don't have a resaleable deed on that, so that we cannot acquire that land yet. So, we don't know where that's going to be.
But the 3 that you have is, you're $18,540.
Yep.
And so, and there is heavy usage, the week of, people come in beforehand. And, but again, you have farmers and cattle ranchers and horse people on that road
Every day.
that are doing it every day.
Back and forth, back and forth.
One of the most vocal people here tonight was probably a lot more or equivalent to what the threshing show is doing in a weekend, because they do it year round. And when you have a trailer load of round bales, and you have multiple trailer loads of round bales throughout the year, you're on that road as much as what's going on there. And I think the fact that we have decided, right, wrong or otherwise, we're gonna go by PID, the threshing show is getting hit with 3 of them. And yes, they do use, in a weekend in August, there's a lot more traffic, but a lot of it's car traffic. I mean, the tractors, they're trailering in the steamers, and then coming up the road with the iron cleats. They're trailering in these vehicles. And yes, I understand people saying that with all the traffic, you get 10,000 cars, somewhere in there. That's a lot. But again, it's mostly car traffic, and they're paying 3 times what anybody else is paying. So it didn't seem that onerous to me. It just that it was unfortunate that we had such a groundswell without anybody saying anything positive tonight, and it does skew this, because if there were 20, and even if it's 50%, maybe it's 33 houses, because people that couldn't show up, people that couldn't weigh in otherwise. We weren't getting any blowback from any of the other 4 neighborhoods tonight, or, we've got some calls on questioning some of that. But again, this is where it gets tough. We have a great opportunity with an interest rate, a great opportunity with a bid that came in under. And that road is in desperate need of improvement. And we found last year that just an overlay wasn't gonna do it. So quoting that number, it's no longer apples to apples comparison. We're gonna have a lot of people that were here tonight mad at us if we go ahead.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Greenberg.
I think if we turn that road into dirt, we'd get a lot of funny blowback from the city. And I think a lot of the residents on the road would suddenly realize.
If we turn that back to dirt, besides all of us getting unelected, we'd lose Lori in a minute, because I know how many calls we get on 205th and 207th on a monthly basis. And I'll bet you, if any of those people took me up my word tonight and drove home on 205th after this rain, good luck. Good luck getting there. And that's a heavily traveled road. I mean, we take care of it.
If the city uses that road as much as the residents claim, there's gonna be a lot of happy people about the new road.
Yes, there will be.
And I know from other people, like on Garnett, who said, well, let it degrade. Well, then you got other residents saying, well, how come you didn't do this sooner? So we're getting it from both sides.
Yeah.
So it's gotten to the point where it's so rough, we have to make a decision. To overlay it is way past that time. We can't turn it to dirt. Half the residents would chase us out of town. So,
You know, and again, you have to calculate it. If a real estate agent saying, you know, you're better off being gravel, we know that everybody's told us you will reduce our property values by doing that. All the other places where it's been proposed. And I'll tell you, you know, I'm right in front of Rhinestone, and you talk to anybody who's got a decent vehicle at all that's got to drive down that road to their house, and we hear about it all the time. Gravel's not an option. If you're already down a gravel driveway that's 600 feet long, you know, and you're only a quarter mile or half mile from the end of the road anyway, you're not in the middle of that road trying to get to another road to get off it. So, yeah, weighing all these things in, we're not gonna be popular one way or the other. We have to be wise. And that's the difference.
when I was canvassing, I got plenty of feedback from those on dirt roads saying, can the city pave my dirt road? The exact opposite of what was being proposed on Old
And
Viking.
yeah, if you went to the 66 homes on Old Viking and asked how many would be willing to have to go back to gravel, they were probably all present tonight. Because it's just not a viable option. And where we've had to take roads back to gravel before, they're wanting them to get repaved. You know, we can do a decent job on gravel roads, but we can't do a blacktop road equivalent, so. Councilmember Bryan.
Mr. Mayor, when I was on the Road and Bridge Advisory Committee, every year when we talked about roads to improve, Old Viking obviously was on the list. We've used data that Shane provided. You know, the update from 2015 said, yeah, we could probably get away with an overlay. In 2017, it was, yeah, we could probably get away with an overlay. Last year it was, nope, it's too far gone to do an overlay. When we can't even do the problem like we have putting it off any further is we can't do a good job maintaining the current road because the crack sealing won't stick. Because it's too far, there's too many places that have already alligator cracked and it kind of defeats the purpose.
Yeah, I'm amazed, and I've been driving to Ramsey lately. I don't know how they're dealing with some of their.
Grab these chairs. Meeting at Lake Woods County today.
So,
They can get worse. If you go down, I think it's Tiger Street over in Ramsey, and I'm like, I don't know how cars aren't falling into the potholes. They could get worse.
yes.
But it'd be ridiculous to let a road that important to the city
Yeah,
get that bad.
right in city limits.
I think there's been enough discussion where we are all in agreement that if there's any other that once the road is done, we want to keep it nice so that there will have to be further discussion on other options for seeing what we can do to address the traffic situation via the speed limit or.
Well, and there's some other considerations that we have, that Joe's looking at right now. We need to make sure that the water's addressed on Old Viking, that the drainage, the culverts, and the city's already agreed to pick that portion up. I think looking at what can be done to maintain it, whether it's speed limits, whether it's tonnage, whether there's anything else the city has authority to do, we certainly can take a look at that. But it's a tough thing, and yeah, we're gonna be unpopular with certain circles.
I think if we were able to get some sort of speed or a tonnage addressed, it would go a long way in addressing the blowback that we.
Yeah, the funny thing is again, as I remember the previous meeting, when we talked about the road, that's pretty much all they wanted to talk about was the speed limit.
Yes.
Nobody really had any questions about the road project, it was about the speed limit.
Yeah.
And boy, when that came up tonight, I was watching all these heads go, I'm like, where were you people months ago? I understand you can't go to all the meetings, but this is not new. I mean, I'm getting calls from people that work nights that are watching every one of these and has talked about Old Viking every time we've discussed it. Whether it's been at one of these meetings or some other meeting. And they call me immediately afterwards and say, just watch it online and here's my comments. So it's unfortunate that we're in this situation, but it's a tough situation. We have to make a tough call.
And Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Bryan.
For the record, we have had special meetings regarding assessment policies. We've had lengthy debates about what's the right way to pay for the roads, and if we have to do assessments, how to do them. Which option do we go with? How does that all get handled? So I would hate to even, I mean, last year, if we would have put an overlay on, yeah, we'd probably have to come up with another assessment in 8 years, and that, I'm assuming, would be for a full depth reclaim, more than likely. So now, residents would have gotten assessed $4,000 for an overlay, and then 6 to 8 years later, gotten another $6,000 assessment for the reclaim, if that's.
6 to 8 years later, it would be a lot more than 6,000.
True, right. So, I mean, I think.
While they're still paying off the first one.
Right. We've talked about, the residents were saying, hey, is there a way to lower the interest rate? I think Chris has addressed that it appears that, yes, we will get under 6, and depending on where it comes in. So, and I would think, yes, we have lots of projects. I would think it would be at least worth to the city's benefit to, pay it down the bond, even if it is $100,000.
Yeah, we just gotta take a look at what our costs can be for the other work that has to be done this year on Old Viking and remedial work on other roads that have collapsed. And we've been promising Rogers Lake something, even if it's preparatory. So, we just have to make sure we're wise with the rest of the money.
So,
All right,
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Rainville.
I move that the council adopt resolution 2019-47, which is accepting the bid and awarding contract for the 2019 road improvement projects. And everything that is stated in the resolution.
I'll second that.
Having a motion and a second. Anybody else want to talk about anything?
No.
Seeing and hearing nothing else, all those in favor?
Yeah.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Then, Mr. Mayor, given the fact that you are proceeding with this and that is, again, modify it's in the resolution, but just to say, it's contingent on attorney review. In other words, part of that contract is them giving us payment and performance bonds, insurance contracts, and other things that we want to, and sometimes we have issues with the forms they're using and the wording and stuff. So it is contingent on attorney review. I don't go through Shane's contract line by line, but some of those things, like the bonds and the insurance certificates and things like that, if Shane or his people back at the office see something out of the ordinary, they send it to me, so it is contingent on that. But we usually ended up working those things out. We just tell them what we find, what wording we want changed, and they get it to us, usually very quickly. With that, you still have Chris's resolution. If you're moving forward with this project, you're also probably going to want to move forward with that as well.
Yeah, so along those lines, Councilmember Bryan had talked about, paying down some of this. If we decide to do that, do we need to decide that now before we proceed with you?
That's not something that needs to be firmed up tonight, although when the official statement is distributed to the market, that's something that we would want to have firm at that point. And so, given the schedule that we've laid out in this pre-sale report, we would anticipate distributing that official statement around the week of May 27th. So I would say within the next couple of weeks, we would want that tightened up.
So then we'll have a question for you, Shane. Joe's putting together some numbers on remedial work that needs to be done on Old Viking. So we'll need to have some idea that it's culverts, it's some drainage and some different things. One of the questions I had is, a few years ago, Joe replaced the culverts under Old Viking with more corrugated. And it seemed like those culverts hadn't been in that long, and we had some discussion if they're wearing out that quickly, maybe we should be going to concrete. Do we need to be considering any of that before we put down this new road bed?
Yeah, our development standards requires concrete culverts in all new roads constructed by a developer. And that's just mainly because of the service life. With a CMP culvert, I mean, they're metal, so they rust. They're galvanized, but they still rust over time. Sometimes they rust out in under 20 years. If your soils aren't as acidic, they might last closer to 30 or 40 years.
Probably with the new hybrid plastic pipe that they're using, that it's got the equivalent rating of a concrete. Actually, it was longer than concrete, wasn't it?
The life was longer than concrete.
The life was longer than concrete, but they were more affordable. Have you seen those?
Yeah, there's
The Galk River used
yeah,
some
the
on
dual
that.
wall corrugated pipe, you know, that, it's like, more like a plastic material. A lot of agencies are using that. Most, I would say, use it, I found it to be acceptable in like rear yards and non-pavement areas. With that, the most important thing is the pipe itself can't carry a load. So with a concrete pipe, you could drive a big truck on it, apply a big load to that pipe, and the pipe itself will carry the load. With the corrugated plastic, it's the soil around it. So you have to have really good haunches and really good compaction around that. If not, the loads are gonna deform that pipe. And you're gonna have settlements. So they're not.
So we're not ready to do that on this until we have more discussion on that, and this doesn't sound like a candidate to start with that. Should we be replacing these main culverts on Old Viking with concrete?
My preference is concrete. Concrete has a service life of at least 50 years, and sub-agencies will say closer to 100. You know, it's just, to me, there's a lot of the cost is just the installation cost. And if you can do it every, let's say, 75 years versus 20 years, to me, it's worth it. It's less
Well, then you don't
disruption.
rip up the road like we did. If you got a brand new road, you don't wanna rip it up
Right,
any more than you have to.
right.
But we need to have an understanding of that, cost from the city standpoint too, before we buy down too much. Off the top of your head, any idea how many culverts are there?
I do not.
So we need to investigate that. Get an estimate on, maybe you could have Joe tell us how many culverts, and if we,
In
the ones he
regards
put
to
in
the-
recent years, are they reusable?
Excuse me?
The culverts he put in recent years, are they reusable?
Sure, you have to be more careful when you remove them. They're reusable.
Okay.
I think if I heard correctly, we have a pretty healthy road and bridge fund balance, which means that we could potentially start this project, process the first payment in July, and have that bond sale a little bit later in the construction process. So just keep that in mind too, if you need a little bit more time to figure this out, or even if you wanna get some of the cost in before we determine the final bond amount. You know, if the overall project's 1.25 million, you know, I would say we're gonna spend that by September. Or close to that amount by September, less the 5% retainage. But if we have enough money to carry us through for at least the first couple of months, we could consider that, you know, the culverts could potentially be in, we could be invoiced, and then we could sell bonds.
Reimburse with them.
Reimburse ourselves, yeah.
Do you know if the council's passed a reimbursement resolution recently?
Yes.
Okay.
I can look at my notes and give you the IRS reimbursement form.
That's something that,
Yeah.
bond council's gonna ask
Yeah.
about that, so the way reimbursement works, you have that 18-month window that I referenced a while back, but then also you have basically 60 days where that reimbursement resolution has to be in place. So once you start spending,
The resolution declaring intent to reimburse relating to proceeds of bond to be issued was done on March 19th.
Just heard it. Was a principal amount not to exceed included in that? You know,
I don't know, I can get you that bond, but, that resolution, but I don't
Okay.
have that. Well, maybe I do, just a second. I've got so many papers here, you'd think I've got it here somewhere. Just give me a minute. Not in excess, cost in an amount of 100,000 or 5% of the proceeds of the issue. Paragraph 3, the estimated, the city reasonably expects to reimburse the expenditures made from certain costs of the project from the proceeds of tax exempt in the estimated maximum principal amount of 840,480. All reimbursed will be capital expenditures, blah, 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 blah. The declarant is made with not later than 60 days after payment of anything, the cost of issuance of tax, the cost in an amount not in excess of 100,000 or 5% of the proceeds of an issue, or see preliminary expenditures. It goes on. Does that give you the information you're looking for?
yeah, so it sounds like it is capped, so it can't be, if you wanna use that current resolution, it can't be, you know, above that $100,000 amount to be reimbursed. But that would at least cover, I would imagine, the first payment or two.
Would you recommend in the future that we raise that amount in the resolution?
Yeah, you know, it really depends on what council's preference is. The way that we see it done maybe most often is, it's just a, kind of a blanket, not to exceed relative to the par amount of the bonds. So, you know, if, in this case, $1.25 million bond issue, then the reimbursement not to exceed would be $1.25 million. But
And if the council discussed this in more detail at their June 11th meeting, and at that time,
They wanted to change that?
wanted to change the
Just
resolution.
adopt a new resolution?
certainly, yep, exactly. And in fact, we have a template I can provide you too.
Why don't, I'll give you my card, and you just email it. This is the one that was provided to me by the bond attorney from Kennedy and Graven that I was using here.
Sure.
So, but if you've got one that would give them more flexibility, I would
I'm
prefer
only
to
kidding
use it.
about taking words with you to Jamaica. I'm not only kidding.
Oh, yeah.
Like by June 11th, we're gonna have all this figured out.
I don't think I'll have internet access or anything,
It's very expensive.
but I don't think I'll be relaxing too much.
All right,
So,
is,
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Bryan, do we have to do something with the bond tonight?
We need to, I believe, table it, if we're gonna discuss it further and talk about what we want its final configuration to look like. And we may benefit from a special meeting where we're not doing this at 11 o'clock at night,
yeah.
and we can have Chris come in and we get all our questions answered and do this right. So I prefer not to make decisions that, you know, we've been here for 6 hours, 5 hours, whatever it's been. Seems like a long time. So, from that standpoint, the intention is to figure out something to do on the bond. We just have to figure out what the final configuration is going to be. So the council chooses to move ahead with the bond issue, but we need to work out the details.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Rainville.
I would move that council direct the mayor, Councilmember Bryan, to work with staff, internal and external, to determine the best process to use in regards to the bond.
Have a motion?
Yes.
I second it.
A motion, a second, discussion.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Bryan.
I would include in that then, if it's acceptable to Councilmember Rainville, that, that a special meeting to take place, well.
Well, we can call that.
Yeah, just to.
Two of us can call that one.
Okay, so that, to have this discussion, so this.
So the whole council knows before we have to take it to a vote.
Okay. I'll amend my non-amendment.
I
Withdraw
accept
my
that.
non-amendment.
I accept that.
Right, any other discussion? All those in favor
Do
of the
we have
motion?
an idea when that special meeting might be? Do we want to make it as soon as possible so we can get that aspect of the improvement project going? Shane was saying we should try and get both of them going at the same time.
Yeah, we have a little buffer because we have cash to cover us. His main thing was, if I could predict interest rates, I'd say, yeah, let's do it right away, but interest rates may be even lower, so. But the big concern Shane was saying is if we have people that want to get paid and we don't have any money, we got a problem. If we're able to pay the initial payments from cash that we have and get reimbursed from the bond, we're okay delaying a little bit.
Can we bump it as far back, how far back do we want to bump it?
Well,
A couple of weeks or leave it till the next council
We don't wanna,
meeting?
we don't wanna go past our next council meeting for sure. Cause like Chris said, if we wait till next council meeting, just delay everything on that schedule a month.
Yeah, from what I'm hearing, if you had a bond sale even later in May and then collected the proceeds,
We're trying to avoid the 4th of July week, but
right, but you could have the proceeds or have the closing towards the end of July. So that money will be available for like an August payment. It sounds like if construction started in June, you could probably cover that payment due in July. But if we had some, if we had bond proceeds before the August city council meeting, I think that would be sufficient.
Robert, you were gonna say something?
Well, I would just question, are you pushing this back because of, you don't want to pay interest on the bonds?
No,
Or
we're
because
trying
what
to
what I heard Chris say was that even if you authorized his resolution tonight, you could still determine the amount of money that you'd like to buy down the debt for, because he's still working on his paperwork, at least that's where I understood it.
That's a good clarifying point. One approach you could take is you could pass the resolution that's in front of you, albeit in electronic format. Pass the resolution and then direct Councilmember the Mayor to work with us on structuring, relative to how much cash you want to contribute to the bond issue.
That way
we stick to.
the schedule.
We stick to the
Right.
schedule, proceeds to be received by the late June estimate and proceed.
Did we vote, we didn't vote on it. So,
No, we
Mr.
did
Mayor?
not. Councilmember Rainville.
Mr. Mayor, then I change my motion to, I would direct the council to adopt resolution number, I'm gonna say 2019-48, which is going after the current one, which was 47. Lori will be able to tell whether that's a valid number. As it's provided, other than the mayor and Councilmember Bryan, along with internal and external staff, will determine the total amount of the bond based on any pay down.
Does that work?
Yeah, that works.
Okay. Is that okay, Councilmember Bryan?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
Oh, you seconded it.
I seconded
Yeah, I'm
it.
sorry.
Not me who seconded
I
it.
apologize. Linda with a Y.
So that's okay with you, Councilmember Blake?
Yes, 100%.
All right, any other discussion on that?
Nope.
Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
No other,
I have one item.
oh, shit.
No, it's related. This goes to, what is it, a week ago? We got, Shane and I and the mayor, and were contacted by one of the residents that was here tonight on Old Viking Boulevard, Larry Skosquist. And it evidently, he was noticed for 2 assessments, because he had 2 separate properties. One of those properties evidently is adjacent to a county road, And according to the county, and he provided us with that documentation, the county has given him permission for a driveway access onto that county road. If our assumption was that he was going to, county wouldn't do that, and he would have access onto Old Viking as his primary access, in that case, he acknowledges he'd be eligible for the assessment. But he says, because I'm not on that and my property will never access onto Old Viking, I shouldn't be assessed. Given the law of Minnesota and how it's interpreted, he's probably got a point. Although I told him, I said, I don't want you, after talking with the mayor, Lori, Shane, and I said, I don't want you then later coming in and trying to obtain a driveway access. After we waive that assessment, then you come in as a developer and say, I want access onto Old Viking, our newly improved road. So I told him I wanted a deed restriction. And a deed restriction is a legal document, a contract that basically says, I restrict the use of my property in this fashion. And he did agree to that, and he did tonight as I was running in from rolling up the car windows. He did give it to me, and basically he agrees in agreeing to waive the proposed assessment pursuant to 429 for the restricted property, which is legally defined there. He agrees that they shall not file an application for a driveway access permit for the property, nor shall they access the property. So they can't come in for a driveway access, they can't use it a field approach or anything under this deed restriction. We would record this, and it goes with the land. And the reason I'm bringing this up to you guys now is if this is acceptable, then I'm gonna ask you guys to make a motion to accept this deed restriction, then have Lori and Jeff sign it. Back at the office tomorrow, I will notarize it, and then I'll have my secretary tomorrow record it.
And what that means, in a nutshell, is the city will pick up his portion, because he was one of the, and rather than go back to people and say,
Yeah.
here's another
Yes.
$100,
Good
$200,
idea.
city will pick that up. It would have been nice if we could have slipped in somehow just under 61 and been at 50 something. But we didn't want to go back and tell the residents, now it's going to be even more because somebody else.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Bryan.
I would like to make the motion as moved by Attorney Ruby.
Second.
All right, any other discussion? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Now,
So when Shane prepares the assessment roll, he will remove from the assessment roll of this property. I don't remember which number he was on the list there, but, and then, before I forget, can I get your signature and Lori's signature? And then I will notarize this on the back, and then I will get this recorded.
Sell them on eBay. They're autographs.
if there is no other business, I move to adjourn.
Wait.
What?
Kidding.
I second.
See if it's done.
All in favor?
In favor?
Don't even vote, aye.
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 Aye.